You see this? This is Valheim, a great game. I've spent about 240 hours trying to clear the game without dying, and this is how it went. First, a little disclaimer. I wanted to beat the game because I think it is a great game, and I owe it at least that. As a little backstory, I first played Valheim when it came out in 2021. With some people I would call friends, but they quickly lost interest and I quit as well. You might have experienced it yourselves, that you quit a game you like just because your friends stopped playing it, and you feel bad about it. In the meantime, I played something else, but there was always this lingering sensation of Valheim in the back of my mind. And so, one day, I had enough, and I downloaded it again. This time, playing without my so-called friends, and setting my sight on finishing it. Now, let's start. We, as everyone else, start off the game by getting dropped into this world by one of the Valkyrs. The prologue states that we are sent by Odin as the great warrior we were in life to defeat his growing foes in the 10th world, the 5, now 6 Forsaken. Easy. This is not our first and by far won't be our last challenge. We beat Dark Souls 1, 2 and 3. How hard could this be? So, we set out to find a shore nearby where we could build our humble abode. We gather some material and craft ourselves a stone hatchet and start to fell some trees or wood, which we use to build ourselves a makeshift shack so we can rest and sleep. After that, we build a workbench, craft better tools, weapons and proper clothes, which is easier said than done. We need leather for clothes, and hunting deer without a bow is almost impossible. So we hunt some boars for leather scraps and craft a bow to hunt some deer. After crafting proper leather clothes, we upgrade our equipment. We then venture southward along the shore to outline our starting island and to explore around. We come across a shipwreck, which is a valuable source for fine wood if you destroy it, which I did not know and got made aware of by Coolstar, a kind and friendly commenter and early viewer. Since we didn't know it when we discovered it, we let it be and ventured on to explore as much as possible while also staying in the meadows biome. We made it quite far and discovered a couple of high-level biomes on our starting island.
Oh no.
Which I thought was impossible because of my prior experience. We also found a burial chamber, which we did clear with minor trouble and got some circling cores, which we will need later. Once we got home, we upgrade our equipment once more, as much as possible before we fight the first Forsaken, Eikthyr. A giant stag with iron chains wrapped around his electrified red antlers, which can be summoned at an altar that is marked on the map after interacting with the first Wegweiser that is right beside the sacrificial stones. We beat Eikthyr without a sweat.
Yeah, and with that we defeated the first boss.
Now, after defeating Eikthyr, we can gather his antlers, which are said to be as hard as iron, as well as his trophy, which we can sacrifice at the altar to gain Eikthyr's power, which will reduce the stamina consumption for sprinting and jumping for 5 minutes. This is by far the best power. After we crafted ourselves a pickaxe, with the antlers we've gained, we can start to farm ores. We were size, tin and copper, which both are only found in the Black Forest, and come with some risks to our challenge of not dying. Good morning, class. Now, please calm down and stop the chatter. We want to start our lecture. Today's topic is going to be about Valheim. You see, Valheim is sectioned into biomes, and there is a clear progression through each of the biomes, which in return means that if you enter any other biome than the one you should progress in, you will have a bad time. On the other side, if you progress accordingly, you will always encounter a challenging biome. The Black Forest is filled with grey dwarfs, skeletons and trolls. Grey dwarfs typically appear in huge numbers, skeletons use weaponry and hurt a lot, and trolls are a fearful sight and pose a significant challenge. Now, listen up. You might think to yourself, then why don't you just avoid them? And that is a great question. Let me explain. The Grey Dwarfs, as kin of the Elder, are meant to be the peacekeepers of the forest. They will take notice if you start to disrupt the quiet peace in the Black Forest with your mining or lumbering. Skeletons and trolls are also drawn towards you because of the noise you make. Now you understand why you can't avoid those lingering pests. You can find tin on the shorelines of the Black Forest and copper in huge deposits scattered around in the Black Forest. Now, you could venture into the Black Forest and mine some ore and just bring it back home. But there is this pesky little mechanic in the game of weight. Your inventory space may be vast, but your carry weight is limited. And ores weigh a lot. So, to make the task of gathering ore more efficient, there are a couple of ways. If our home isn't that far from the Black Forest, we could consider just gathering some ore and bringing it back home by foot. We could also gather a bunch of ore and store it in a chest temporarily and bring it back home in multiple runs. We could also gather an ungodly amount of ore stored in a makeshift shack that we built inside a crater that we made by mining a copper deposit and then transported home in multiple runs. We did the latter. For transporting it back home, there are a couple of methods as well. We could just run, but this is quite inefficient, and we are all about efficiency here. We could also use a cart, which can hold a lot more ore, but reduces our movement speed depending on the weight of the material in the cart, as well as the terrain steepness. And lastly, we could use a boat if we are near the shore. The boat has significantly less storage space than the cart, but not prone to any terrain. It will sail in the calmest breeze as well as the mightiest storm. But both the cart and the boat require bronze nails. And then there's this thing some of you might already know. In Valheim there are teleporters. Place one at your home and one where you want to go, name them the same, and you will be able to travel between those places in an instant by using the teleporter. Those teleporters can be crafted with 10 Grey Dwarf eyes, not a problem. 2 circling cores, we can find those, and 20 fine wood. Shit. Grey Dwarf eyes are easy, just mark a bunch of them and be lucky. Circling cores are a little harder, because for those we need to enter a burial chamber, which is a dungeon in the Black Forest, filled with skeletons, ghosts and rancid remains. Hard, but doable. Fine wood, on the other hand, is more of a problem. Because to gather fine wood, we need to cut down an oak or a birch. And for that we need a bronze axe. Now, I hope you all can see where this is going. To make a bronze axe, we need bronze. For bronze, we need tin and copper ingots, or bars, whatever you want to call it. And a forge to melt them into bronze. For a forge, we need copper ingots, and to get those, we need to build a smelter. With the smelter, we can smelt the ores into ingots. But to heat the smelters, we just can't use wood. That would be too easy. We need charcoal, for which we need a charcoal kiln. Now, both the smelter and the kiln require settling cores to build them, which we can only find in burial chambers so far. Now, are you picking up what I'm putting down? Good, because we don't need it. Unfortunately, the developers of Valheim did think of transporting materials through portals as well, and restricted portals for some materials, like tin, copper, bronze, iron, silver, black metal scrap, everything that is heavy. So portals are only useful to get back to where we stored all the ore. And lastly, there's also the forbidden technique of transporting. We grab all the ore we can hold in our inventory, encumbering ourselves, then walk home slowly, really slowly, while also throwing out all the ore every time our stamina bar is drained. This method will take a while, depending on how far we are from home, but gives us the ability to transport massive amounts of ore in one long trip instead of multiple short ones. While I was on the topic of it, I also need to mention stamina. You see, Valheim is a Souls-like. It has all the tropes, like stamina, blocking, a parry mechanic, and a dodge roll, meaning every action you take will drain stamina. If you don't have any stamina left, you can't perform any action. Running, jumping, attacking, blocking, and swimming drain stamina, as well as moving encumbered. So, should you choose the forbidden technique, you are only able to walk as far as your stamina bar will hold. And then you gotta reduce the weight you are carrying below the threshold that would allow you to move unencumbered. Now, think back about 4 minutes when I talked about exploring our starting island. We already cleared the burial chamber and have some circling cores, as well as a quick and easy course for fine wood. Depending on the amount of fine wood we get from the shipwreck, we might be able to place 2 portals, allowing us to skip walking back to the shack where we stored the ore. Something I didn't think of while playing. So we proceed by mining the ore. There are ways of mining an ore deposit in Valheim. First would be the conventional way, by just mining where the ore is. And then there's the method unique to Valheim, where you undermine and excavate the whole deposit and make it collapse under its own weight. Both methods take about the same time, but I think that the latter is a bit quicker if executed properly. And I like it when it pops.
Yay!
Now, with so much ore gathered, we brought some home, 19 to be precise. That was as much as we could carry without being encumbered, and store it in our home. In case we build a kiln and a smelter, we would be ready to smelt. With that said, we did venture south once more, in search of some dungeons and the shipwreck. Destroy the shipwreck and then gather the fine wood. We also cleared a couple of dungeons and gathered a bunch of circling cores and a lot of treasure, which we can sell later to merchant. We also used the fine wood and the circling cores to build a portal far down south in the Black Forest for later dungeon clearings. Once we return home, we gather some stone and flatten the space in front of our home to build 3 charcoal kilns and smelters. We then grab some wood and start to produce charcoal. We wait with a lot of anticipation for the first ingot to drop out of the smelter and unlock us a new recipe. One for the forge and the other for an upgrade forge. I may have forgotten to mention that you unlock new recipes when you discovered all the materials required to craft the recipe, which is why every time you pick up a new metal ingot, you unlock a bunch of recipes, because metal is the gatekeeper material for each stage of progression. And I want to mention this as well. There are upgrades for each workstation, like the workbench, the forge, the cauldron, and later the black forge and the Galdr tail. The forge discovered, we wait until enough copper is melted to build it. Once we've built the forge, we unlock a couple new recipes, but most of the new recipes are hidden behind the bronze discovery, which requires us to forge 2 copper ingots and 1 tin ingot into 1 bronze ingot. Okay, just a quick rant. If you forge 2 parts of copper and 1 part of tin together, you should at least get 2 parts of bronze out of it. You take 3 parts and turn it into 1, which is not fair and hinders the progression a lot. Rant over. With the amount of copper we have stored in the shack away from home, we surely would be able to craft most of the new recipe. The only problem is that the ore is there and not here. And this is something we got to change. So we make our way over to the ore, grab some, craft more bronze, and then some nails to build a boat. Once we arrive at the ore shack, we notice a group of grey dwarfs, which we quickly take care of, and then check if the troll is still there. Oh, I haven't mentioned it so far. This particular troll was harassing us while we mined the copper deposits on multiple occasions, so it was only fair to get our revenge on it. Took out our bow and started blasting it with our arrows. We then retreat into one of the copper excavation sites and abuse the game's pathing and keep on blasting the troll with arrows until it falls over and magically vaporizes. By the way, this is never explained in the game why the enemies just vaporize. Unfortunately, the troll was able to attack our deck well, so we harassed it with our arrows and destroyed most of it. We rebuild it quickly and then proceed to venture along the shore northward to find some more tin, which is holding back our bronze production. We venture north quite far and find a lot of tin. We also find the decayed foundation of a stone tower, which still harbored a chest, which we quickly use as a tin store and proceed further north, collecting more tin. We encounter a load of grey dwarfs, most of which don't pose a threat to us, unless they come in large quantities or have stars. Yes, stars. I haven't mentioned this as well. Basically, every enemy in Valheim can have 0, 1 or 2 stars. Typically, enemies have 0 stars, with 1 star occurring sometimes and 2 stars being the exception. Stars increase their health and damage. 2 stars effectively double the damage and triple their health, which makes a 2-star enemy a formidable foe. Just know that there are some exceptions for the system. Mostly enemies that are already strong in their basic form. Not trolls though. Those fuckers can have 2 stars, making them as hard as a seeker soldier, which is one of the last creatures we can encounter and is found in the Mistlands, the last and hardest biome in the game. Why did I mention this now? Because on our way north, along the shore, we did encounter a grey dwarf, which luckily didn't notice us, and we were able to land a backstab attack on it. Not that a simple grey dwarf would pose a threat to us, even with stars. That said, on our way back south, we did encounter another troll, which we took care of by sniping it from afar with our mighty bow. Once we made our way back to our shack, where we stored the copper, we place a couple more chests and store a lot more goods there, as well as some of the tin, which we then proceed to transport there from the temporary chest we found earlier. All the while contemplating on how we would get the ore back home the easiest. There was no way around it. We had to bring back some of the ores by foot, then smelt them into ingots and forge them into bronze. So we did 2 trips. After that we spent some time cooking food and collecting wood and fine wood with our newly made bronze axe. We also find out that you can use fine wood to make charcoal.
Oh no.
And while we were home to repair our bronze axe, we got the notification that the forest is moving. This notification tells us that there is an invasion marching towards our home, with the goal of wreaking havoc. And it implies that we need to ready ourselves to defend our property by all means necessary. The forest is moving is telling us that the invading enemies are great wars. There will be different messages depending on the enemies marching. For example, if the ground is shaking comes up, you should not be home. This is an invasion by 3 trolls. Have fun. And now we can bring back all the ore we stored in the shack. As we try and park our boat in the most suitable place, we notice a troll hiding in the tree line not far. We manage to sneak past the troll and manage to grab as much ore as we can carry, store some in the boat and then make our way back home. Once home, we store the ore, refill the smelters and make our way back to grab some more ore. Shortly after arriving, the weather changes rather drastically and it gets foggy. The fog in Valheim is not your ordinary game fog, where you can still see a lot and make out where enemies are. The fog in Valheim is thick, and not the good kind of thick. I mean, you can barely see 10 meters. We took this opportunity and successfully got rid of the troll that was hiding in the tree line. We then took the rest of the ore and brought it back home, as well as some more troll hide. At home we keep the furnaces and the kilns running, then quickly farm some more wood and then craft us some new clothes with the troll hide gained so far. After checking out our new drip, we placed down some of the most important buildings in Valheim. The Beehive. You see, Valheim is a Viking game. And what did Vikings do? Pillage and murder? Right, they pillaged and they murdered. Pillaging is not possible since we are playing solo. But on the murdering part, we are great so far. And what did Vikings do after a successful expedition? They had a feast? Right, they had a feast. And what did they drink at a feast? Mead? Mead, that's right. Good boy. Now, one final question. What is mead made of? Honey? Honey, that's right. Now, you have all the information you need to figure out why beehives are so important in Valheim. You in the back. Me? Yes, you. Why are beehives so important? Because they give us honey and we can make meat with it? Yes, you did pay attention. But why is meat important? Because it makes us stronger, numbs our pain? In a broader sense, yes. Meat in Valheim functions as potions for healing, stamina regeneration and resistances, and we will need a lot of different ones throughout the game. which all require honey as a base ingredient. Since beehives are that important, we use some of the wood and make fencing around them, hopefully protecting them from enemies. We then craft ourselves the fine wood bow and test it on some poor deers.
Around there. This time. A little higher. Nice.
After getting a feel for our new bow, we head inside and build some upgrades to our workbench, as well as our forge. And we restructure our cooking station to fit a second fireplace in there, or a cauldron, which will allow us to cook more advanced recipes and meat bases. Now class, can anyone tell me how meat is made? Yes, you. We need to mix honey with water and add some yeast. Okay, then how does meat get its alcohol content? The yeast will turn the sugar from the honey into alcohol over time. That's correct. And why do we heat it in a cauldron? Because it's easier to dissolve the honey in hot water than it is in cold water? Correct again. And when do we add the yeast? After the honey water cools down to about room temperature? That is correct again. Last question. Is there a way to change the flavor of the meat? Yes, there is. We could add all sorts of things to the base to change the outcome of the flavor depending on what we added. Perfect. Here's a star. You did good. Now, why do we do this in Valheim? Immersion. The meat bases in-game still need to be fermented to make them into usable potions. For that we need to build a fermenter, and to make it efficient we built 2. After that we built a second portal at our home. Class, I hope you all understand why we built a second portal. No? Okay, then let me quickly explain. In Valheim you can set tags to portals. 2 portals with the same tag form a connection. A third portal with the same tag will not connect to the other 2. And you can rename portals at any time. So, you can use one portal at home as a dedicated portal to where you want to go, renaming it every time to the portal you want to connect to. The second portal will be used as an emergency portal, meaning that this one will never have a tag. So, it will automatically connect to a newly placed portal. That way, you can always return home once you place down a new portal. With the second portal placed, we travel to the portal tagged 1. All the way down south of the starting island. We venture around there, clearing a couple of burial chambers in hopes of finding more circling cores and a Wegweiser for the second boss, which we still haven't found. Once we found both, we leave the burial chamber and head towards the portal. On our way there, we encounter another troll. This time, I thought I could use the troll as a work slave, and let it hit a couple of trees after bringing its health down, which worked quite well, until a couple of grey dwarfs joined the fight. Among those, there was a shaman. Grey dwarf shamans have the ability to heal in a circle around them. I was not aware of the fact that they can heal everything around them, including the troll I used as a work slave, which led to it regaining some health and seeking revenge. And that revenge almost succeeded. This is, by the way, the closest we have come to death in this whole playthrough. Look closely at our HP. 45, 45, 45, 47, 2. If it would not have been for that single tick of HP regeneration, we would have died then and there. But we didn't. And so we proceed onwards. We take shelter in the entrance of the troll's cave, make a fire and get ourselves the rested buff. Plus, have I mentioned the rested buff by now? No, not that I'm aware of. Okay, so the rested buff is an amazing buff and more or less mandatory. It increases the health regeneration by 50%, stamina by 100%, and experience gain by a staggering 50%. And Eikthyr regeneration by another 100. More about Eikthyr later. So the benefits from the buff are really significant, and you should always aim to having it up. Once we got the buff, we check out the troll cave to see if it is inhabited. Since it is, we quickly leave, not wanting to risk a second close call. We then grab all the wood and other materials laying around after the troll's havoc and chop the remaining logs for some more wood. We use the wood to transform the remains of a building into a makeshift shelter and then bring portal 1 and place it inside. We step through the portal home, refilling the smelters and kiln, and then make a lot of bronze with all the smelted tin and copper we have so far. With all that bronze, we craft ourselves a new spear and the cultivator. Now class, what is a cultivator used for? To cultivate? Correct, but what can we cultivate with it? Oh, right. You don't know yet. So, in Valheim, there are these flowers sometimes. Those are seed flowers, which if you pick them up, will give you seeds to a specific vegetable. Carrots, turnips and onions. These can be found as seeds and then cultivated with the cultivator. Those three all grow in the meadows, so no worries. But plants like flax and barley only grow in the plains biome, and mage cape and jotun puffs only grow in the mistlands. So be mindful of that, and that you might have to build a farm in the respective biomes. With the cultivator in hand, we grab the hoe and flatten the ground in front of our home a bit more to make a small field for crops to grow. We place down some fences and then cultivate the ground. With that we can plant some carrot seeds, which we found while exploring the Black Forest. Once the carrot seeds are planted, we go back inside and cook our first meat potion. While cooking, we notice that the two fireplaces build up more smoke than our chimney can handle. We quickly put the meat base into the fermenters and then redesign the chimney to not suffocate inside our own home. After quite some time, we managed to build a stable and working chimney. With that out of the way, we grab the boat and make our way to the ore shack north of our home. We forgot to bring the materials for a portal, but that is not a problem. We look around the shack in the Black Forest to find a burial chamber. We find one, but only manage to find one circling core inside. So we look for a second burial, and that one was more generous. With the cores in our bag, we head back to the shack, fell an oak tree nearby for fine wood, and then build a proper cabin before placing the portal inside. We take the portal home and decorate our home with the spoils of our adventures. After a quick break, we go back through the portal and make our way to the shore where we left the boat, and resume what we initially came here for: find some more copper. Once we finished the node, we sailed north along the shore to find some tin as well. As we want to go ashore, the game decides that this is the perfect place to spawn a troll. We put the boat in reverse and hope that the troll does not notice us while we are so close to the shore. Once we are a bit further off, we take care of the troll with our new fine wood bow. Defeating the troll close to the shore, but in rather deep waters, which made it hard for us to get the ladder. Since it is impossible to dive in Valheim, there's only one other option to get things that sank to the sea floor, and that is falling from a high place to dive deeper into the water. And that is what we did.
Got it. Nice.
We then gather a bit of tin and start to sail along the shore northward. While sailing the north side, our starting island, we discover something unusual. An unmarked altar of the second boss, Galdr. What a surprise. We keep on sailing along the north side, and this is the start of our island surrounding. Most of the north part goes without a hitch. We just have to repair the boat once. We mark everything of interest on the map for later exploration if need be. And then come across something fortunate. A Leviathan, a giant sea creature that has moss growing on its back, looking like a small island. On its back there are also barnacles, which we can harvest, giving us a new material, chitin. Once we are on the opposite side of our home, on the starting island, we stop at a little hut in the meadows biome, go ashore and venture back home. Because we ran out of food. Not that we would need it at sea, but better safe than sorry. Once we arrive at home, we store the chitin after discovering that we are short by only a couple to craft the Abyssal Harpoon. Class, do you want to know what the Abyssal Harpoon does? Yeah. Oh. Okay, I guess not. We then check the field for the carrots, which are harvestable. So we pull them all out of the earth and unlock a couple new recipes. We quickly check the new recipes for the values they provide and notice that we can craft some, so we do. With our food restocked, we head back to our boat, but not before reading the runestone on our way. Once we arrive at the boat, we fell some trees, repair the hut, and place down a portal, for which we brought the materials with us. Now, do you remember the ores we collected before we started our journey? Yeah? I forgot. So I chose to run the ore back home before we proceed further with the island surrounding. Do not lose the ore in case the boat gets destroyed. Once the boat's storage is cleared, we rowed the boat backwards out of the cove and set sail south. As we reach the Black Forest down south, where we placed a portal already, we get caught in a heavy rainstorm and beach the boat. We free the boat and keep sailing south. As the storm rages on, we sail along the shore of a swamp biome, where a sea serpent ambushes us. Which is a rather fearful sight, since we are in no shape to handle it at this moment. So we try to outsail it and hope for the best. As we escape the sea serpent, we find the remains of yet another shack on the shore. We rebuild it, place a portal down, go home and take a nap, in hopes of the storm disappearing. Thankfully, this is exactly what happened. While we take a seat on our comfortable bench, we take a look at the map and acknowledge the size of our starting island. Look at it, it is massive.
Starting island is huge. Like, for real, this is enormous.
After we get the rested buff, we leave our home and check on the carrot seed plants. Since it takes quite a while to sail, the carrot seed plants finished growing. We harvest the seeds and then plant them. After that we go back through the portal, tear it and the workbench down, and then set sail. As we sail through a gap between two swamp biomes, which we are not able to handle right now, we find another Leviathan. We get on its back and collect some more chitin. With this we will be able to build the Abyssal Harpoon. After that, not much happened. We sail northwards and then finally, after hours of sailing, managed to step foot into known territory, still a good while away from home. We then go ashore and notice a troll nearby. We place down a fire to dry us and then proceed to attack the troll, losing it out of sight when a rainstorm hits. Luckily, we catch a glimpse of it again and are able to defeat it with ease. We head over to loot its leather and then seek shelter in the entrance to its cave, placing a fire and drying us. After a couple of minutes of waiting and the rain not stopping, we decide to go back to the boat and build a small shack on the island there, to place a portal down and be able to come back here later. We quickly head home through the portal, store all the unnecessary stuff and come back to farm some tin, since we are already on the home stretch with the boat anyway. While farming, a troll tries to ambush us, but we are lucky to hear it growling before triggering it.
You might be able to make it out.
After farming the carryable amount of tin, we load the boat and grab the rest to finally venture home. Once home, we place down a ward, which will indicate when any of our buildings are under attack, by making a huge aura appear. Once we place the ward, we check our map and the biomes we've encountered while sailing the shores. We can see that there are a bunch of swamp biomes, a couple of mountain biomes and even a plains biome, which allows us to progress through each biome on our starting island, if we are lucky. But sadly, we aren't, but that comes later. For now, we take care of the basic tasks, refilling the smelters and kiln, as well as to replant the field and farming some more wood. As we bring back the wood we collected, the forest lets us know that we aren't welcome for what we did and sends us a Grey Dwarf invasion. We quickly silence the uproar and then craft ourselves the Abyssal Harpoon. With this special tool crafted, we can now start another part of our vital food supply chain. But first, we gotta go back to... yes. What is it? Would you mind and explain what the harpoon is used for and what it has to do with the food supply chain? Yeah, sure, if you want to know. The Abyssal Harpoon, as the name gives away, is a harpoon. With a harpoon, you can hook stuff. In Valheim, you can hook enemies and wildlife and drag them around with you as long as you don't run out of stamina. Once you run out of stamina, the connection breaks and the enemies are free to roam again. Now, if you encounter a boar roaming the forest, you can hook it and drag it into a pen, where you can feed it and it will become tame over a long time. Once you have 2 tame boars in the same pen, they can mate and make piglets. Those will grow into boars and are able to mate as well. This is how you can get a stable supply for meat. In Valheim, you only have to feed your livestock if you want them to breed. They won't starve from hunger. But what kind of animal would let its own animals starve? So, you got to keep growing the vegetables on the field to feed your stock. Got it? Yes. Now, do you remember when I talked about enemies having stars? Yes. I may have forgotten to mention that enemies with stars drop more items. 1 star doubles the standard amount and 2 stars quadruples the amount. Which means if you go through the hassle of keeping livestock, you got to make sure you only use 2-star animals. But first we gotta go back to where we left Piggy. Yes, I may not have mentioned it by now, but while exploring around the island for the 2nd time, we may have encountered a 2-star boar, which we tried to lure back to our home by building a dense channel with no success. What I still didn't know is that boars that spawn from a runestone and boars that spawn in a village are anchored to stay there and will return there if they can, which made all our attempts with the harpoon futile. What I also didn't know was that if boars are tamed, you can't hurt them unless you equip a knife, butcher them, or turn on friendly fire. So the only way to profit now from having a anchored 2-star boar is to bring a boar to it and let them breed until there are 2 2-star offsprings, which aren't bound or anchored and can be brought back to our home with the harpoon. So once the second boar is in the makeshift pen together with Piggy, we leave them some food and head home to grab some more. Taming boars is a lengthy process and requires a bunch of food, but before heading back we built a proper pen for the pigs at our home. And then, with some carrots in our bag, we make our way back to the boars. Once there, we drop the carrots and wait. After the second boar is tamed, we remove the fence and wait some more for them to do the deed. After quite some time, it finally happened. And there was a little piglet. Unfortunately, it was not a 2-star. In the meantime, we fell some trees and gathered some wood. We need to stay around so the game considers this area as active and the boars keep breeding. And once we achieve our goal of breeding 2 2-stars, we repair a shack nearby and then go home, take care of our chores and come back with the materials for a portal that we place inside the shack. We then scout the area for unwanted threats while also waiting for the piglets to grow into boars. As we scout, we find a troll that we take care of, with our newly discovered knowledge that you are able to parry them. Now, with all the threats nearby out of our way, we can bring the boars back home. We hook the first one and off we go. On our way, we get interrupted by wild boars trying to free their brother, but we outmaneuver them. As we reach the boar pen at our home,
Go for it.
we have to fight a greyling that is waiting for us. I, in my carelessness, let the boar fight, and by that risk its life, which I quickly notice, and take care of the greyling myself. We put the boar in the pen and then head back to the others. We hook the second boar and then make our way back home, without any incident, until we reach our home. There we manage to put the second boar into the pen before yet another Grey Dwarf invasion.
Oh, now there's an invasion happening. Okay.
We take care of the invasion and learn a valuable lesson. And that is to build a double fencing to protect the boars from getting hit by any monsters. We take a quick break and then head to the breeding boars for a final time. We thank Piggy and Piggina for their service.
Thank you, Piggy and Piggina, for your service.
And do what must be done. We demolish the pen and bring the wood home to build a double fencing. With the double fencing completed, we built a second row of beehive with the bee queens we found while exploring. We then take a quick hunting trip for all sorts of meat, primarily necktails, but we take deer and boar meat as well. Once we return, we refill the smelters, harvest the field, feed the boars and then replant the field. We then quickly replant all the grass in the boar pen so they have it a little bit more comfortable. Yes, I know those are animals in a game, so what? If I want to make it nice for them, I will. Once the boars are taken care of, we head back inside and process all the meat we've collected by cooking it into the best health that we can make. take a look at all the ingots we've smelted so far, then proceed to forge them into bronze. And finally craft ourselves the bronze armor, which we upgrade with our remaining bronze and put on after storing the leftover materials. Check out our new drip. We grab our best food and then think about how we approach the next Forsaken the best way. And after contemplating, we decided to place a portal down on a small island near the altar of the Forsaken. We take the portal to our mining shack, activate Eikthyr's power and run all the way up north, which we closely manage to do while the buff lasts. Once there, we set our sight on another island that would be a safer alternative. The only negative thing about it is that it is not reachable for us with a level 1 swimming ability. This is why we built platforms along a rocky trace leading towards the island. Safe on the island, we place down the portal and head through it into our home. We grab the ancient seed that we need to sacrifice in order to summon the second Forsaken, the Elder. While home, we also make sure to craft a bunch of fire arrows, to which the Elder should be vulnerable. And then it is time. We walk through the portal, complete our jumping puzzle, and go towards the altar. We wait till we dry again, and then offer the ancient seeds to the altar, summoning the Elder, who manifests itself nearby and get a wholeheartedly greeting from us by being shot with a fire arrow immediately. We proceed to shoot it with arrows, keep our distance and avoid the tentacle roots that the boss spawns. We narrowly avoid its attack when we get caught by it in the open. We keep firing arrows at the boss and occasionally hide behind the stone pillars of the altar to avoid its attacks. We fight through the night and in the morning twilight we manage to defeat the second boss, the Forsaken named the Elder, without dying.
We did it.
2 down, 4 more to go.
Second boss without dying so far.
We make our way back to the jumping puzzle and through the portal into the safety of our home, which we indulge for a minute. Before heading out to the sacrificial stones to offer Odin the head of the Elder to prove our deed. Now, with the second boss down, we got to venture into the next biome, the swamp. The swamp is a dangerous and dreadful place, filled with Dvergrs, slimes, leeches, wraiths, and abominations. On our island surrounding, we discovered a couple of spots of swamp on our starting island, which we will check out first in hopes of finding Sunken Crypts, the swamp equivalent of a dungeon, which can only be opened with the swamp key, which the Elder was kind enough to provide us. We check our map and make out that there is a portal really close to a swamp biome, so we go there. As we step out of the portal, we get greeted with the sight of a troll. After getting rid of the troll, we swim over and make our way towards the swamp. Upon reaching the swamp, we get greeted by a bunch of leeches waiting in the water. We carefully fight them and get reminded that some of the enemies in the swamp have a nasty poison dot that deals a lot of damage. The duration of the dot can be significantly reduced by a poison resistance potion, which we technically could craft but didn't do, and forgot that it has a 10-minute duration. Leeches are blood bags that are used as ingredients for a couple of recipes and potions. After defeating the leeches, we take a small health potion to quickly replenish our health, just in case something ambushes us. We then read the runestone for some lore and make our way into the swamp. Not even 10 steps into the swamp, we have to retreat because of 2 blobs approaching us at the same time. We move backwards and shoot the blobs with fire arrows, and make sure we keep our distance so they don't poison us. With the blobs defeated, we go back into the swamp, fighting a lot of enemies that come towards us. We take care of them all, and start to chop some trees to get ancient bark, a new type of wood needed for a couple of things. All the while it turned night, and that means that the wraiths come out, with 2 of them noticing us and approaching us at the same time, which is concerning enough to retreat once more. While running out of the swamp, we run into some Grey Dwarfs, but luckily we lose one of the wraiths. We take care of some of the Grey Dwarfs, and then, with the help of the remaining Grey Dwarfs, take care of the wraith. We collect the wraith's specific drop, a chain, which is primarily used to craft a forge bellow, an upgrade to the forge. As we go back to where we farmed the ancient bark, we encounter a oozer, which is a giant blob, and upon dying spawns 2 normal blobs. On top of that, it has an even more potent poison than the blobs. With that in mind, we proceed with a lot of caution. Once we are up against the blobs, we get a little too cocky and approach them with our spear in hand. We quickly learn that this was a stupid idea and are forced to use another health potion, but we come out on top and survive. We head back into the swamp and notice a tree which has some green things growing on it. We make our way over and start to build a way towards the tree so we don't have to stay inside the water, which is infested with leeches. We grab all the gug that we can get from this tree and then proceed to make our way through the swamp. Sadly, we do not find any crypts, but we discover a mountain biome nearby. But since we are not ready for that yet, we head back home. At home, we store everything we got while exploring around the swamp and take care of all our chores once more. After that, we take a quick break. We'll place down some more home improvements to increase our comfort. But then it's time to head out again. This time we are going to explore the swamp down in the south, near where we placed our first portal. Upon arriving, we notice that the swamp is mostly disconnected from the mainland by pretty deep waters. So we make our way over where the swamp is connected to the mainland and head inside. Once inside the swamp, we encounter a bunch of enemies, find a small shack and more enemies, until we come across a perfectly normal looking stump. No, for real, that thing looks perfectly normal. But what I didn't know was that the developers added new enemies to the game, just like the one we are to encounter. This enemy is called Abomination, and it is the troll equivalent to the swamp. What's that? It is a root creature hiding in plain sight under its stump, and only comes out if you get too close. We create a bit of distance to it and handle everything else first. Once the abomination remains, we try shooting it with our arrow, which does neglectable damage. So we let it come closer and then try to fight it in close combat.
Okay. Scary stuff. Yeah, sure. From that, no problem, just walk away. But that swing attack under it. But it's parryable. Interesting. Okay, that thing hurts. Like, for real. Okay. That was tense.
After defeating the abomination, we make our way out of the swamp and towards the other half of the biome around here. We explored most of this part anyway, sadly without finding a crypt. In the tranquility of the sunrise, we start to build a bridge over the lake into the swamp. Once the bridge was complete, we venture into the upper half of the swamp, where we quickly encounter another abomination.
Go for it, Grey Dwarf. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Okay, they're fighting each other. But the abomination is way too strong for the Grey Dwarfs. Oh, there are two blobs. Are still aware of me.
With some minor difficulties we managed to get rid of the abomination, and after that go back to where we encountered the abomination for the first time. Because we saw a couple of green torches, which typically indicate a crypt, but upon closer inspection it was just a runestone guarded by a bunch of Dvergr. We remove the wildlife from the vicinity and then read the lore on the runestone, which had the most goddamn lore written on it that I've seen so far on any of the runestones in the game. After reading the stone, we move through the swamp, and after taking care of a final wraith, we cleared the second swamp biome without finding a sunken crypt. So we make our way home and once more take care of all the necessary chores. After inspecting our boar pen, we come to the conclusion that we might have reached the limit of boars in the area, so we harvest some of them. In actuality, that was not the case. The boars were just hungry. With both of our swamp explorations being fruitless, we set our sight on another island, where we spotted a swamp during our island surrounding. This island being to the southeast of our starting island. As we approach the island, we can make out some structures in the swamp that look a lot like crypts, although we can't say for sure. We proceed to surround the island once, to make out the size of the biome and to find a quiet and peaceful spot to place our portal. As we surround the island, we almost beach the boat, not once, not twice, but thrice, due to the thick fog that makes it impossible to navigate via sight. As we complete the surrounding, we find a nice little rock at the coast where we intend to build our portal. So we start collecting some wood for a small shack. And as we farm some wood, there's a troll approaching us, which in itself would not be a problem. But the troll had 1 star, which made the troll just a tiny bit more terrifying. We first shoot a couple of arrows at the troll and then try to parry the troll.
I'm quite sure that one will,
which we fail, and results in us dropping down to only 12 HP and getting staggered. I might need to explain what staggered is. See the little bar right of our character? This is the stagger meter. Every time you block or parry, this meter will fill a bit, depending on the amount of damage you took, blocked or parried. Once this meter reaches or exceeds its limit, you stagger. This meter is depending on your health pool. The more health you have, the more damage you can block, parry or take without reaching the limit. Once the limit is reached, you'll become defenseless for a couple of seconds, in which every enemy's attack will deal double the amount of damage, and depending on the situation, will lead to death most of the times. Meaning, if there would have been any other enemy present, our hardcore run would have ended right here. Again, against a troll. Luckily, this was not the case. We get a situation under control by running tactically retreating. We use a potion to quickly replenish our health and then avoid the troll's attacks by walking between the trees where it can't reach us. Once our health is up again, we use our bow as the preferred weapon of choice to defeat the troll. Once the troll's HP are low, we make a second attempt to parry it. Just out of curiosity, you know, the thing that killed the cat? Yeah, exactly that.
Yeah, I can't.
And we learn again that this is definitely not an option for us right now. So we once more run away. Tactically retreat. And once the troll is taken care of, we build a little shack to place down our portal. Once home, we store all the stuff we found and then take a small break and rest. Once we are rested, we get back through the portal. We destroy our ship and take home the materials and store them. And then head back through the portal, this time into the swamp. As we come close to the border, we get greeted by a 1-star Dvergr. No long after we enter the swamp, we are blessed with the sight of a crypt entrance. We make sure that the entrance is secure and make our way inside. Okay, now for the next part, there will be a change in pace, since exploring the Sunken Crypts is rather boring and repetitive. I will, however, show the first one in more detail, and then if there's something interesting happening. Just be sure that we've cleared a bunch of crypts. Now, as we enter the crypt, we take a look around, and as we look through the corridor to our left, we notice a blob already creeping towards us. We take a step back onto the ledge and proceed to shoot the blob with our bow. Now class, can you see why those crypts can become a tomb really quickly?
No.
Okay, take a look at the entrance. You might have noticed that this is a 4-way cross. In this case, there are 2 pathways blocked off by junk piles that need to be mined to go that way. The one that was open is where the blob came from, meaning that if you are unlucky and all 3 pathways are open, you might have to deal with a bunch of enemies right at the entrance of the crypt, and depending on the enemies, that could be the end. So keep that in mind and don't carelessly stumble into a crypt. Once the blob is taken care of, we check out where it came from, to make sure that there aren't any other unwanted surprises waiting. And we find a Dvergr that is stuck behind a chest on a ledge, not able to get through, so we release it from its misery. We load the chest for some juicy iron scraps, and then make sure the other ways into this room are dead ends. With us in the clear, we start to mine the scrap piles, and due to the weight limit, we store the iron scraps in the chest we found. We then start our mining frenzy, with the occasional enemy in between. Once our pickaxe broke, we made our way home to repair it. We also take care of our chores once more. As we make our way back, we decide that it would be better to carry the portal with us for future repair trips. So we demolish the shack and take the materials with us to the crypt entrance, which we fortify and place down the portal. We also place a fire down so we can get the rested buff quickly, without having to go home, which now won't be that much of a problem anymore, but still. We head inside again and start to mine more iron scrap, and exterminate the rest of the inhabitants. As we clear our way through the crypt, we get lucky and find a Wegweiser for the third Forsaken, the Bonemass. And while exterminating more, we come across a rather difficult situation. There is a spawner inside the room with 3 enemies. We have a difficult time to get rid of the spawner, because it always respawns an enemy as we defeat one. At one point we managed to sneak into the room and damage it a bit, but we couldn't finish it. So we fight the enemies one-on-one in the corridor.
That's a lot of damage. What?
Until the spawner spawned a Dvergr Elite with 1 star. Elites deal quite a bit more damage than the regular Dvergr. And on top of that, this one has 1 star, meaning it will deal a lot more damage than a regular Dvergr. And that is what we promptly get shown. But as soon as we got rid of the 1-star Dvergr Elite, the game played a sick joke on us by spawning a 2-star Dvergr Elite. Hear my reaction to it.
You kidding me, game? A 2-star? That thing will one-shot me.
So we make our way home and grab some better food and some more arrows and proceed to shoot the 2-star Elite with our bow. Definitely not risking getting hit. As we defeat the 2-star, we finish off the other elite as well and manage to destroy the spawner for good.
Finally.
This took us around half an hour just to destroy this one spawner. After that, we clear the rest of the dungeon and store all the iron scrap in one chest. As we are about to leave the dungeon, we remark the entrance on the map and add the amount of iron scrap we have stored. We step outside and destroy the shack we built around the entrance. We then start to make our way around the swamp to find other crypt entrances. While exploring, we find a stone tower with a spawner in its basement. We quickly get rid of the spawner and then take care of the remaining enemies flocking towards us.
Oh, the wither or...
Unfortunately, there was nothing worthwhile in the tower, not even at the top. So we make our way to the next dungeon entrance, where we get ambushed by a wraith as we start to build our fortifications. We finish our fortifications and get home through the portal. We repair our equipment and then head back. Place a fire down and then enter the crypt. In the crypt we do the exact same thing as in the first one. We mine a lot of scrap piles, exterminate the inhabitants of the crypt and have a lot of trouble dealing with a spawner again.
Let's see. Can I... Okay, that one is bad. Oh, no. Okay, scary.
Nothing too exciting. We did this a couple of times more and ended up with a lot, and I mean a lot of iron scrap, around 400, which we have to transport home, and that is exactly what we do next. We scour the swamp's edges for a suitable place to build a shack where we could store all the iron scrap and start our trips home. Luckily, we happened to find a decaying shack that was built on stilts. We repair it and fend off all the enemies attracted by the noise. We then go through all the crypts, grab the iron scrap and make our way towards the shack. This step took quite long and I will skip over most, but be sure that this was quite tedious to achieve. Once all the scrap is stored in the shack, we grab the materials for the boat, build it near the coast of the swamp, fill its hull with as much iron as it can hold, and then grab as much as we can carry without being encumbered and set sail towards our starting island. To be precise, the little hut on the opposite side of our home on the starting island, which we found and used during our island surrounding. We repair it this time and also place down a chest and then make our way home by foot. Since we do not have the materials for a portal with us, we bring home a couple of iron scraps and start to smelt them. We grab the materials for a portal and then rename one of our portals to 6, then head back to the hut and place the portal down. With the portal network running, we destroy the boat, grab the materials and head through the portal home. At home we check on the smelters and pick up our first iron ingot, which unlocked a massive number of recipes.
New cooking station, some more tools. Holy, that's a lot of stuff. Reinforced chests.
We check them out and then take the portal back to the swamp. We grab some iron and make our second and third trip back. Once all the scrap was stored on our starting island, we grab some wood and build a cart to transport the ore across the island. Now, this is where I'm going to tell you that this was one of the worst decisions I've made. The cart was painfully slow, and without sprinting, it would not even move uphill in the slightest. So, I at one point dropped all the scrap on the ground, pulled the cart up the hill, ran back, grabbed the scrap, and painfully slow walked up the hill. In the end, we managed to tow the cart home, and be thankful to not have to do this again.
Okay, we made it.
In the business, we call this foreshadowing. Now comes the tedious part. We got to smelt all the scrap. This process takes quite a while, and we take care of all other chores as well. After the first couple of batches are smelted, we use the iron to craft all the upgrades for the forge. We built the stone cutter and with it the grinding wheel. We also built ourselves a nice throne to improve our comfort while resting. We then ran out of wood and had to replenish our stock, which we did by removing all the trees from our home towards the sacrificial altars.
Each stack is 50 wood.
And with a bunch more iron smelted, we finally crafted everything necessary to progress further. We made the iron armor, the ancient spear, the iron pickaxe, the iron axe, a buckler, as well as the huntsman bow and the iron mace. We upgrade the armor to its highest possible level and then start to upgrade the other stuff with the remaining smelted iron we have. With all the wood we farmed, we decided to improve our storage space and label the chests to find stuff more easily. We then prepare for the fight against the next Forsaken, the Bonemass. While smelting most of the iron, we also fermented some poison resistance meat into potions. We head to the hut where we left the boat, destroy it, grab its materials, as well as the materials for another portal, our best health food, and then start to sail northward from the portal near the second Forsaken's altar. Yeah, there's again a readable stone in the water. We then surround the island first to find a suitable place to build the portal and a little shack. So apparently the altar is pretty close to the shore if I travel in. Once completed, we make our way to the portal near the Elder, at home, and use the unnamed portal there to get back on the island with the Bonemass altar, without having to leave the ship behind. We make our way towards its altar to see if there's anything noteworthy. And then go back home. We harvest our field, craft a spice rack, which improves our cauldron and unlocks new recipes. Perfect timing, as we are about to fight the boss. We quickly craft some sausages, some black soup and some more deer stew, which is at the moment the best food we can cook in terms of health, since we did not defeat a sea serpent yet. So we head back to the Bonemass altar, and on our way there we notice that there is a decaying tower with a small shack on top at the edge of the swamp. So we make the last minute decision to relocate our portal there, just in case the fight does not go in our favor, so we can quickly escape. And then it is time. We chuck a poison resistance potion and use the ancient bones to summon the Bonemass.
Let's go.
We fought about 5 minutes and absolutely destroyed the Bonemass.
Yeah, that should be it. Nice. Nice.
We collect its trophy and the wishbone, a crucial item to progress further in the game. You all know what the wishbone does. Could you please explain it again? Yeah. Not a problem, I'll explain it. Back in the day, people used all sorts of methods to find things, mostly water, minerals or other rare stuff in the soil. Among the methods was something called dowsing, a non-scientific method to find stuff. They typically used a Y-shaped stick or two L-shaped ones to point them towards whatever they were searching for. Most of these methods are just a hoax, and it came down to luck if someone found something or not. In Valheim, the wishbone orientates itself to the same principle, but it actually finds stuff. If you equip the wishbone, it will send out a pulse of light once there's something buried nearby. The pulse gets more frequent the closer you are to it. I hope you all understand how the wishbone works. Now, does anyone know what we are going to use it for? Yes. Find things that are in the ground? That is correct. But where and what for? Oh. Maybe to craft the next set of armor, weapons and tools? But where? Maybe atop a mountain? Correct. We will use the wishbone to find silver veins atop a mountain in the snow. Since we don't have the belt yet, we equip the wishbone right away. And it immediately signals that there's something buried nearby. So we go and check that out. We find a scrap pile buried in the ground, but since we got all the iron we need at our base already, we don't bother mining any of it. We make our way home through the portal and over to the sacrificial stones, where we offered the trophy of the Bonemass to unlock the best active ability in the game if you ever have a hard fight before you.
Slash and pierce.
Now, with the third Forsaken down, we prepare to climb the mountain and discover what they hold. We once more take care of all the chores around our home, and then notice that the frequency of enemies spawning near our home increased a bit, and that we are missing fortifications in case of an invasion. So we build a wall around our home, field, smelters, beehives, and build some sort of harbor where we can port our boat.
Surrounding all our property, all our buildings, the field, and I've made a double fencing.
We also fortify the boar pen and flatten it so we can spot the piglets more easily. We also built the boars a shelter so they can seek refuge from the rain if they want to, and we regrow the grass in the pen so they are more comfortable. We make out the portal closest to a mountain biome, go through and then make our way over to the mountain. Once we reach the border to the mountain, we build a little shack in which we can get the rested buff. Now, class. You all know that on top of a mountain it is going to be cold. So, how does one protect itself from the cold? Yes, some thick cloths that keep you warm, or a thick coat with insulating properties? That's correct. If you paid attention, you should know this. Did we have anything with these kinds of properties? No, not that I'm aware of. Then how are we going to battle the cold? Anyone? You in the back?
Me again.
Yes.
I don't know, maybe a potion?
You are correct. A meat potion of frost resistance that will last for 10 minutes and will give us enough time to hunt some wolves for their thick pelt to make ourselves a nice and warm cloak once we make it home. We make our way atop the mountain and encounter some of the local wildlife. First, we meet a couple of drakes flying above an even higher peak, which we take care of with a couple of precise arrow shots.
Around here? Yeah, let's do it.
While climbing up, we get surprised by a wolf creeping over the ledge in front of us, making it invisible for us. Once we reach the top of the peak, we discover a drake nest, which contains a massive egg that has a weight of 150, making it the heaviest single item in the game. We then take care of a bunch more wolves. And after about 10 minutes, we explored the whole mountainside. We make our way down south into a Dvergr village, where we take over one of the houses and place a fire down to get the rested buff again. We then clear the village of its inhabitants and use it as a forward base to explore the mountains nearby. Once the village is cleared, we make our way into the mountain. Shortly after entering the snow, we discover a Fenring, a wolf-like humanoid that makes quite a formidable foe, so we keep our distance and shoot it with fire arrows. Luckily, the Fenring gets somewhat stuck and was unable to make its way towards us, granting us an easy kill. We take care of a lot more wildlife while exploring. We discover a stone structure built into the ground and find another drake nest with yet another egg in it. To our fortune, this is where the wishbone made a signal for the first time. Luck be on our side. We found our first silver vein. We make out where the signal is the strongest and start to dig. We then start to excavate the whole vein whilst battling the wildlife in between. We build a small shelter and place a fire, as well as a chest to store the stone and the silver ore. We then dug until our pickaxe broke, so we had to make our way back home. But there was a portal nearby which made the trip home not that long. Once home, we repair our equipment and check if we can craft a cloak to protect us against the cold. Unfortunately, we were not able to craft one without silver. We store all the stuff we collected and then grab the materials for a portal. Once back, we place down the portal and look around a bit. While looking around, we discover a log cabin not too far off, which we take note of. This could be used as a proper shelter if there is more silver in the area. We mine all the silver, and with the last couple of specs that are left, our pickaxe breaks once more, which was rather frustrating. Nevertheless, we use the portal, repair it, and then mine the last bits of silver from this vein. Once the vein is depleted, we make our way over to the log cabin and check it out. We collect a bit of wood on our way over there to repair the visibly damaged cabin, which attracts a bunch of enemies, which leads to us having our first scary encounter in the mountain biome. We even use a health potion just to be safe. But we come out on top and make our way to the cabin. We repair the cabin and then place the portal inside. We quickly go through the portal home, repair and come back. We then stand on top of the cabin and make sure that there are no enemies nearby that could ambush. We then look for the silver vein indicated by the wishbone. As we dig down, we hit the vein, but the wishbone does not stop signaling, so we assume that the wishbone is not working right, since we hit the vein already. So we re-equip the wishbone in an attempt to fix the problem, but the wishbone still keeps signaling. As we turn around, we notice that there is another spot of silver ore. We hit that spot and the wishbone stops signaling, indicating that there are two silver veins directly beside each other. At the moment we did not know it, because we thought that this was not possible, and we primarily focus on the first one. We then proceed to mine the silver vein while fending off enemies, sometimes using the portal to repair our equipment, crafting arrows, cook some food, and take care of our chores. We store the stone and the silver ore we mined inside the cabin. After the first vein was depleted, we choose to venture around the mountain a bit. While exploring, we come across a new type of stone, never seen before by ourselves. Obsidian. Obsidian unlocks a couple new recipes, mostly frost arrows and an upgrade to our workbench. We stay around the cabin and somehow notice the second silver vein. We mine the second silver vein till nothing is left. While mining, we notice that we don't need to use a frost protection potion if we stay close enough to a fire. Once the second vein is mined, we store all the silver in the cabin and transport the stone home through the portal. After that, we thoroughly start to venture around the mountain, and we discover a frost cave, which I hadn't seen before.
What?
We enter the cave and are stopped by a breakable wall, which we break to look around in the cave.
Oh no.
We then take a couple of steps and get scared by a bat. We move around the cave and find a pit with a rocky staircase leading down. At that moment, I was certain. If we fall down the pit, the game is over. Unbeknownst to me was the fact that the fall damage is capped at 50% of your max HP. This is why I was really cautious climbing up or down those pits. But for now, we make our way around the pit towards the crystals growing on the rocks behind it. The crystals unlock new recipes, but nothing major. We proceed to explore the upper level of the cave fully, before venturing down into the pits. As we break the last breakable wall, we get extremely lucky and find a deck visor for the fourth Forsaken motor.
Okay.
We then go down into the first pit. Almost at the bottom, we trigger a bunch of wolf-like creatures called wolf, as well as some cultists, which we've not seen before. After missing a jump a couple of times while retreating, we end up in a pickle, with the wolves closely out of range, but still in range for the cultists' fire attack. We take a potion to be safe and then jump up a couple of steps and proceed to use our trusty bow to diminish the enemies. We collect a bunch of new materials, which in return unlock a bunch of new recipes. Down in this pit, we also find a wolf altar, with offerings placed around it. After collecting everything, we make our way back up and towards the second pit, which we go down. On our way down, we notice that this pit even deeper.
Oh, what's walking down there?
And that there is a giant enemy lurking at the bottom. A stone golem.
Is that a golem?
We take a closer look and notice that there are two of them at the bottom of the pit.
Oh, it's not even one, it's more than one.
Not wanting to deal with them right now, we make our way back up and over into the third pit in this cave. We will take care of all the wolves and cultists and start to collect all the offerings and materials left behind. Once that is done, we make our way out of the cave and back towards the cabin, leaving the golems untouched at the bottom of the pit. On our way back, we hit some sick shots on some drakes. At the cabin, we take the portal home, repair our equipment and check out the newly unlocked Fenris armor set, which improves fist weapon skill and grants fire resistance. We also take care of the boars, and we plant onion seeds. We found inside a chest in a decaying cabin somewhere around the mountain. Once everything is taken care of, we go back into the snow and excavate another silver vein, this time properly.
That's what I like to see.
And another one. We store the ore in the log cabin and use our remaining frost resistance potion to venture over to the frost cave. Once there, we make our way down into the pit with the 2 stone golems. Once we have a clear view on the first golem, we sneak around and try to get an ambush attack on it by shooting an arrow at it, which was as useful as shooting an arrow at concrete. It did almost no damage to the golem. We wait till the golem de-aggroes us and walks back to its spawn point. We then notice that the golem was guarding a lore stone, a fireplace and something leaning against the wall. We sneak over there and grab what we can, picking up a fishing rod and some bait. We then sneak back up onto the staircase and start to shoot the golem from there. Once the golem made its way over, we jump down and attack it with our pickaxe, which deals a good amount of damage to the golem. Unfortunately, our frost resistance potion ran out of duration, and we start to freeze, taking damage over time. While also getting smashed by the golem, we retreat for a bit to think about our strategy here. For now, we keep shooting the golem with arrows. We then wait a bit for it to lose aggro and walk away, so we can take a peek at what's written on the lore stone. Unfortunately, we get interrupted by the golem approaching us, so we face it head on with our pickaxe in hand. We defeat the golem and read the zone, which tells us why there was a fishing rod down here. Some poor fellow climbed down to hunt for treasure, but couldn't make its way back up, and he survived for quite some time by catching fish in the lake, which must have been ages ago since the lake is now frozen. We then try to take care of the second golem to explore the cave thoroughly, but the second golem has other plans in mind for us. As we fight it, we get stuck between the golem and the wall and take a massive blow. As we try to run away and drink a potion, we get hit a second time by the golem, dropping our health down to only 8. And all the while we are freezing and taking damage over time. That was the third moment. We were unbelievably close to death. We make it out by the skin of our teeth. After regenerating our health, we once more try to fight the golem in close combat. Which then, again, leads us to being smacked around and having to retreat. We then decide it would be the best to finish it off with our bow and arrows. Now, that both the golems are dead, we can explore the bottom of the pit excessively to find any hidden treasures or secrets that may be hidden. Nothing There was absolutely nothing down here, except for the fishing rod, which we could also buy from the merchant if we find him. So, that was a complete waste of our time, energy, and mostly our nerves. And you know what? That was not even the worst part. Since the frost cave was on the other side of the mountain, nowhere near the cabin, we had quite a long trip before us, without a frost resistance potion. This means we have to be quick and not waste any time fighting, just running, or we would succumb to the cold. So we did exactly that, we ran. Almost at the cabin, we have to use our last medium health potion. Do not fall below a certain amount of health to get one shot by a wolf or a drake. This is the same time we trigger a drake nearby, which then immediately starts to attack us. Now, I got to mention that if you are freezing and get hit by the drake's frost projectile, you suffer a stronger freeze debuff that slows you massively and does additional damage over time. As we can make out at the cabin's roof, we trigger another drake, leading to me getting a bit panicked. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Don't. Oh, yes. But we survive and make it through the portal into our safe and sound home. We take care of our chores as we calm down a bit and notice a greatling trying to invade our home. That is when I remember something a viewer pointed out. That you could use the middle mouse button to make a special attack. For club type weapons, that is a upwards swing, which knocks back smaller enemies quite far, giving us the opportunity to play golf. So, you apparently can use it to... After relieving some of our stress at the grayling, we get back to the task at hand. We ran out of frost resistance potions, and we got to make more. Sadly, we are missing blood bags, and got to get those from the leeches in the swamp, which we do. After that, we pick our first onions and unlock only one new recipe. We then place the tool shelf near our workbench, for which we needed the obsidian, and slaughter some of our boars. After that, we strategize about the best way to transport the silver back home. Before grabbing the boat materials, we noticed that we might be able to craft the long ship, the biggest boat in Valheim, which has way more storage space than the regular boat and is faster. We grab the materials, make the necessary iron nails, and head back into the log cabin on the mountain, where we immediately get attacked by the drakes we narrowly escaped from before. Completely forgetting that we need the frost resistance potions to properly stay in the mountain biome. So we turn back and take the materials for the boat with us. As we are still missing the merchant and have to wait for the potions to ferment, we decide to venture out and scout for the merchant on the nearby islands. As we sail along the coast of the first island, we get extremely lucky and find the merchant, not even 10 minutes after setting sail. As we arrive at the merchant, we realize that we did not bring the materials for a portal with us. I didn't thought we would find the merchant at all. So we scour the nearby black forest for burial chambers for circling cores and annihilate all the grey dwarfs we come across for their eyes. Unluckily, we didn't find any chambers, but we managed to get all the eyes. As we make our way around, we find a meadows biome, where there are some birch trees, which we fell for some fine wood. We notice that there was a swamp biome nearby, which could have surtling spawners, so we explore around there as well. We get lucky and find a spawner rather quickly. So we make short work of the Zerglings, grab their cores and go back to the merchant, where we fell some trees for regular wood. And now I need 10 wood to build a workbench to build a portal. Place a workbench and then the portal, naming it Shop. We sail back to the portal where we started our journey and head home. Storing all the stuff. Taking out the fermented frost resistance potion. Grabbing our treasure and heading over to the merchant. We sell most of our treasure and buy everything he has to offer, starting with Magic Jord, a belt that increases our carry weight by a staggering 150, from 300 to 450. The rest of the stuff is useless to us, or at least not necessary for now. Once that is taken care of, we head back onto the mountain and transfer all the silver over from the smaller shack into the cabin. We then sail with the boat downwards, along the swamp, to the short section of Black Forest, which is the most suitable place where we can transport the silver ore over. I would love to say that this went without a hitch, but as we once again sailed too close to the shore, we beached the boat in leech-infested waters.
Yeah, that looks good.
We make our way up the mountain and towards the cabin. We build the cart.
Okay. Don't.
And then put all the silver ore as well as a drake egg inside. And again, painfully slow, make our way towards the edge of the mountain. We then only have to go down a really steep cliff. I'll let past me express himself.
Okay. Now it's going to be fun. Oh, come on, please. Okay. Don't cart, don't, please don't. Don't do it. Okay. It somehow managed to stop. But no, we're stuck.
We managed to make it towards the boat, and the cart only almost broke twice. We load everything into the boat's storage and sail home. Once home, we take care of the most important thing first. We build a small item stand for the drake egg.
Yes!
We then unload the ship and store all the silver in our home. We also start the smelting process to finally progress into the Silver Age. As we pick up the first ingot, we again unlock a variety of new recipes. As we check them out and calculate the number of silver ingots we need, we notice a new type of weapon we haven't seen before, the Flesh Rippers. A fist weapon to accommodate the Fenris set. Those intrigue us, and maybe they are of use to us. But we got to smelt all the silver, craft the armor, Frostnir and the Dvergr Fang first. With the first batch of silver smelted, we craft the butcher's table, so we can cook the more advanced meals. And while the silver is smelting, we take care of all our chores. We also place some armor stands to display the sets we used in the past. After a while we were able to craft ourselves the silver armor and the wolf fur cape. We also upgrade the set and then take a closer look at it. The silver armor looks amazing. We then craft Dvergr Fang, the silver shield and Frostnir as well. And with everything crafted, we destroy our boat and take the portal over into the swamp, where we farmed all the iron, from which we set sail towards Mordor's altar in the east. So apparently sea serpents only spawn at night. We notice that there is a plains biome at the shore, so we paddle back and try to sail along the shore to find a better place to anchor. As it turns night, we immediately sail into a sea serpent not far from the shore, which we gladly take on. With our new equipment we should be able to defeat it easily, so we do a little drive-by shooting while also ramming the serpent in the process. Since we have the Abyssal Harpoon with us, we decide that this would be the perfect time to get some of those sea serpent scales. So we try to lure the serpent towards a Leviathan nearby and then try to drag it ashore with the harpoon, which fails a couple of times. But we manage it in the end, which was probably our last attempt at it, looking at the health of the sea serpent. Nice, it worked. Oh, it even spawned a trophy. We then sail around the island once and find no better place to harbor our boat, because the mountain on the island is surrounded by the plains biome, which in hindsight was not that much of a problem, since we already have the equipment to venture into it. Now, that said, we made sure that there is nothing at the shore, where we beach the ship and then destroy it to take the materials with us on top of the mountain. Sadly, we were not able to carry it all, so we had to leave the iron nails behind. We made it through the plains onto the mountain without any incident, probably thanks to the fog. On top of the mountain we immediately find a log cabin which we could use as shelter. The only problem is that there are a bunch of enemies nearby. Drakes, wolves and even a stone golem, which we haven't seen before outside the frost cave. We fight them off and then place the portal inside the destroyed cabin and walk through. Once home, we notice that we need to change the layout of our cooking station, because we need the iron cooking station to cook the sea serpent meat. After adjusting everything, we cook the serpent meat and then check what we can cook with it, noticing that a serpent stew gives a staggering 80 health and the grilled meat 70, making them both the best food options we have so far. For now, we put them in a chest for later use. We also check out what we can craft with the serpent scales, but there's only one recipe, and this is the serpent shield. That is about as good as the silver shield, with the addition of resistance to pierce damage. Once we are done at home, we take the portal back onto the mountain where Mordor's altar resides. We quickly grab the iron nails we left at the shore, and then search for Mordor's altar, which we quickly find, since a red glowing stone altar is rather hard to overlook. We then look around a bit to see if we can find 3 drake eggs around this mountain or if we must bring them over. We discover the first rather quickly. The second was hidden inside a rock. The third egg was really close to the altar. With that figured out, we go back to the cabin with the portal inside and repair the cabin. We then head home and take care of all the chores, in preparation for the fight against Mordor. While searching for the 3 Drake eggs, we also found 2 frost caves, which we yet have to enter. So we make our way over to the first one and start to explore the cave. In this cave we found a bunch of ancient cave markings depicting wolves and wolf-like creatures being hunted by humans with weapons. There are a bunch of different ones, but I am fairly certain that they are more like a gimmick than anything related to the story. In this cave we also find a couple of pits that we venture down. At the bottom of those we find homely decorated Fenris quarters. Okay, interesting, those are quarters. We clear it and then leave the cave and head over to the second one. We also cleared this one without a hitch and gather a bunch more Fenris materials. As we leave the second cave, we notice a... No, class, I might need your help here. You see, I am not a native speaker of the English language, so I have trouble finding the right words sometimes, especially when it comes to alternative ways of saying something. Now, the thing I need your help with is what would you call a group of logs? So, first of all, what are logs? And second, if you don't know, just call them a group. Oh, sorry, I forgot. Logs are massive beasts with thick fur and stone-like skin, roaming the plains and eating grass or cloudberries. Yeah, that might be okay to just call them a group. But I mean, there are all these amazing names for groups of animals, we should use them. A couple of examples are a shrewdness of apes, a troop of baboons, a coalition of cheetahs, a setch of cranes, a murder of crows, a convocation of eagles, a charm of finches, a bloat or a thunder of hippopotami, a cackle of hyenas, an ascension or an exhalation of larks, a pandemonium of parrots, a Roomba of rattlesnakes, an unkindness of ravens, a crash of rhinoceros, a murmuration of starlings, hover of trout, a venue of vultures, a wisdom of wombats. I personally would use something that would be in the same weight class as a lox, like the rhinoceros or the hippopotamus. So a crash of lox or a thunder of lox. Yeah, or you just could say a group or something neutral. I might stick with a thunder of lox. That sounds great. As we leave the second cave, we notice a thunder of logs down the hill, and not wanting to waste the opportunity to get some logs meat and pelt, we blast them with our new bow. First one goes down, no problem. The second one puts up more of a fight, manages to knock us off a cliff and severely damage us. So we drink a potion and finish the second one. The third one went down without a hitch. We make our way to the cabin and home through the portal, store all the stuff, and then notice that we don't have enough materials to craft the Fenris set and the flesh rippers. So we take a quick detour north into another mountain biome to find a frost cave to get the rest of the materials we need. Unluckily, the mountain biome in the north was too small to harbor a frost cave, so we only did a little stroll. We then decide that we want to craft the set and the weapons before fighting Mordor. We venture southward on our starting island to another mountain we located there. As we make our way there, we have to pass through a plains biome and fight a couple of enemies. I want to mention that I never have encountered those tar blobs before. which made me approach them with more curiosity than what was good for me. After getting attacked by one, I immediately noticed that they are dangerous, and being followed by 3 of them at the same time made the situation rather devastating. If they had managed to attack me all at once, they might have executed me right then and there, but I managed to defeat them one after another. They can shoot while jumping. Okay, that's really bad. We then pick up some tar that they had dropped and unlock a plethora of recipes for house building and especially roofing. We keep on going, marching through the plains onto the mountain in hopes of finding another cave, but unfortunately we only find 2 lore stones and a bunch of wolves up there. In search of another frost cave, we wasted quite a bit of time now, exploring 2 mountains without finding a single cave. Frostnir, that's a cakewalk, what? On our way back to the cabin, we come across a fooling village with a massive population, so we scout from the distance. Yeah, there's a berserker. Let's see. That one was good. We make our way back to the cabin and take the portal home. Once home, we take our time and build the obliterator, a device, or rather a machine, that obliterates stuff with the help of lightning. Unfortunately, we built it too close to our home and destroyed a wall and some beams. We then cook some serpent stew and some wolf meat skewers, which combined with the serpent meat provides us with the most health possible right now. And it shows. Our health pool reaches way above 200 for the first time. We grab some resistance potions, stamina potions, some health potions, as well as more arrows. And after getting our rested buff renewed, it is time to face Mordor. We grab the eggs we collected before and stored in a chest near the altar, and bring them over to the altar, where we place them in their bearings and sacrifice the eggs to summon Mordor, a massive frost drake. Where Mordor is spawning. I think it's there. Oh, it's above. Nice. Okay, that's bad. No, come on. I think burst damage would be the best. Okay, Mordor has a massive health pool. What? I swear I'm not doing this. Okay, maybe I am doing that on purpose, but I've made it that far without dying. I may as well use every glitch I can. Mortar deals massive damage to any structure. That's... what? Okay, let's see if Frostneer deals more damage than the spear. Nope. I'll take it. Yeah, that's really anticlimactic. Damn it, that hurt. Mortar is dealing 250 or more damage to a stone structure. That's brutal. That's the stone gone. Dragon tier. With Mortar defeated, we use one of her tiers to build the Artisan Workbench, which grants us access to a more advanced smelter, a spinning wheel, an oven, and a windmill. Everything to process the materials found in the plains. Now that Mortar is defeated, there's only one original Forsaken left. And then we can access the Mistlands. After unlocking the new processing stations, we search our chests for the materials needed to build them. Thankfully, we have all the stuff we need in our storage. We still have the urge to craft the flesh rippers and combine them with the Fenris set, because they are such a unique style of weapon, so we want to make sure that we craft them and test them. Which means we must find another frost cave. The closest mountain we can access would be on the island where we found the merchant, so we make our way over there, into the swamp, up the mountain, and after searching for quite a while... okay. Okay. Interesting. We actually found one. Oh, there's one. Nice. We go in, annihilate everything, and go out within 20 minutes. Okay, the door is no match for the cold. So we head back home over the mountain. On top of the mountain, we find a decaying stone fort, which would make quite the nice snow fortress. But we move on and find a second cave on our way down the hill, which was just the icing on the cake. We cleared that one as well and went home. Once home, we craft the flesh rippers and check out their moveset. We notice that they had a pretty high step multiplier, but do not allow you to wear a shield at the same time. We then head out to the most southern part of our starting island, since there is a massive plains biome, in which we can hopefully farm some of the much needed high level materials like flax, barley, logs, meat, and most importantly black metal scrap. On our way from the mountain portal, where we farmed all the silver, to the plains biome, we encounter a pack of wolves, as well as a fenring, which we attempt to defeat with the flesh rippers. Unfortunately, we are unable to parry the enemies. The timing for blocking with the flesh rippers seems to be a bit different than blocking with the shield. which leads to us getting mauled by the wolves, and we are forced to take a health potion. Once we make it out of that pickle, we make our way over to a nice and cozy spot on the border from the meadows to the plains. We go over to the Fooling village that we found while searching for the Frost Cave in the south. We position ourselves on a rock near the village and snipe the Foolings one by one, sometimes pulling 2 or 3, which we manage to deal with. We only have one unpleasant encounter with a 2-star Fooling, which manages to deplete 2/3 of our health bar in one hit. Oh damn! I know, I gotta be careful. Take one of those. Except for that, we clear the village without any problems. Once every Fooling is defeated, we scour the village for anything useful. A Fooling totem. Damn it. After plundering the village, we make our way back home through the portal. At home, we store everything and start the spinning wheel with the flax we found. Les, quick question. Why was this a bad idea? Yes, you. Probably we need to grow the flax just like any other plant so far. And the more we have to start our farm, the faster we can expand and grow more, as stated by the exponential growth formula. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. Here you go, a gold star. So, does everyone understand what was mentioned? No? Okay. The exponential growth formula describes the relationship between the initial amount, the growth rate, and the number of time intervals. As you can see, for one interval, the initial values get multiplied by 1 plus the growth rate. In our case, the growth rate is determined by the amount of flax we have after we harvest, minus the amount of flax we started with, and that divided by the amount of flax we started with. This would come out to 1, since we get double the amount of flax per flax we plant, meaning that we double our flax every time we complete an interval. And since the interval affects the formula exponentially, the amount of flax we start with has a huge impact on the outcome. For example, if we take 4 intervals, every flax we plant in the beginning will come out to 16. So if we plant 10, we will have 160. If we plant 30, we will have 480. And if we funnel most of it into the spinning wheel, we might need a 5th or even a 6th interval. Not that we will need that much anyway, but I hope you understand the principle. Yes. We put about 10 into it and wait for it to return linen thread, which unlocks us the most important new recipe, the padded armor and porcupine. The padded armor was the strongest armor in the game before the update and should be used to enter the Mistlands, and porcupine is a morning star type of club which inflicts blunt and pierce damage. After checking out the new recipes, we head back through the portal and decide that we need to move the portal closer to the village to be cleared, since we were planning on making it a farm. So we grab all the stuff and move it closer. We find a nice big oak tree in the middle of a field, which we place the portal under. With that done, we go to the village, prepare the soil and plant the flax and the barley. Then we make our way over to a Fooling tower we found earlier. Yeah, there's a fool stuck inside the stone. What? We clear the tower and loot the chest at the top. We then head over to another fooling village we found during our island surrounding. Oh, that one made it really far. Which we completely clear as well. We then store the black metal scrap on a rock near the coast, where we will be close to once we transport the scrap home with the boat. Once that is done, we head back to the farm village and plant the newly acquired barley and flax. We then wander around the biome a bit in search of another village, since we still need more materials. I mean everything. Black metal scraps, barley, flax, and especially the fooling idols to summon the 5th Forsaken. We clear this village as well, and then make our way back to the farm village, with most of the stuff in our inventory. Once there, we check upon our crops and notice that we somehow got followed by a lox. We try to avoid it by jumping up onto a rock, which has the minor consequence of the lox attacking our crops. We panic and try to lure it away from our crops by shooting it with the bow. Which works. The lox follows us now and we lure it towards another rock a bit further away while also shooting it. After making it on top the rock, the lox ran away, off into the forest nearby. After a quick search, we were able to find it again and lure it back to the rock and finish it off. After that, we proceed to attack a thunder of lox in the distance. Since we are already at it, we might as well farm some more. But we did not pay attention towards the durability of our bow, leading to this reaction. Oh no. That's going to be interesting now. And us having to hide on top of the rock, like a coward, until they left. As they left, we made our way over to our portal. Now, do you remember that we relocated the portal? Yeah? I totally forgot. Especially since I forgot to change the location of the marker. After noticing that, we make our way over through the portal and repair our equipment. We then head back and finish what we started. Okay, I should probably get rid of those two first. We then decided that it would be best if we fence in the field, so the crops won't get destroyed by any enemies again, which is what we do. We farm some wood, get rid of any logs nearby, then build a sturdy fence around the village and add a second layer of fencing on the outside. After that, we plant as many crops as we can, and with that our farm is up and running. We head over to the previously cleared fooling village and demolish everything that has any use to us. We then make our way back and store the black metal scraps in the chest on the rock, and bring the remaining materials home with us. At home we store everything. We also take a break from Valheim here, and get caught by surprise when the Mistlands update releases only 2 days later. Which is where we start the game and unlock a bunch of new recipes when we pick up the first item. We grab all the black metal scraps that are left near the village and crawl towards the shore, but not before dealing with a couple of foolings and tar blobs. At the shore we place a workbench and a chest, and then make our way back through the portal home. At home we quickly check out the shop, because I read a tweet from Irongate that stated that players should check by Galdr once the update is live, Galdr being the merchant. So we quickly do that, but unfortunately his wares did not change, and we suspect that we need to defeat the 5th Forsaken first. We head back home, repair our equipment, grab the boat materials, head back to the village, harvest the flax, replant it, and then head towards the shore to build the boat. We load the black metal scraps into the boat and collect the rest we stored down south. Once we have everything, we sail home. Our journey starts off calm, but upon nightfall we encounter one sea serpent after the other. And as we fight the first one, we get stumbled on by a fish. A fucking fish. We defeat both the serpents on our way and thank them for donating their meat to us. I'm fairly certain they've upped the spawn chance of sea serpents. 2 within such a short distance of one another, that's quite amazing. I'm missing every shot right now. That's unfortunate, because I don't have that many arrows left. Come on, please hit. Yes, one more. Nice. Once we arrive at home, we unload the boat, reorganize our buildings, and build a second blast furnace to smelt the black metal scrap more efficiently. We also check up on our bores and notice another change, but I will let past me handle this. Oh, it changed the health bars. They're green now. We then start to smelt the black metal, and once the first ingot drops out, we unlock the endgame weapons, which we need to fight the enemies in the Mistlands. We take a look at most of the recipes and then discover that you can craft missiles at the artisan table, which we have no idea what they are used for. But our guess was spot on. They are used with some kind of ballista or something like that, but not with a bow. We then head back to our farm village, since we still need a lot of barley and flax. Fortunate for us, most of it finished growing while we were sailing, so we harvested and replanted. We were able to fill most of the field and still had a surplus of about 100. Unfortunately, the harvester broke and we had to head home once again. This is also where we decide that we can build the portal inside the village. So we smelt, we spin and we harvest for a while until we are able to craft the petted set, and I'll let my commenting self explain the rest. While crafting and upgrading the padded armor, I totally forgot that I still wanted to craft porcupine, for which I need iron as well. And as we are about to refuel the smelters, we get another invasion, this time by the Surtlings. Oh yeah, don't think that there were no invasions happening until now. No. There were a bunch, but most of them are not worth mentioning. Okay, Surtlings. Interesting. This one looks quite fierce. I hope I can get some certain cores, because I'm missing those right now. Oh damn it. Come here. Once we are done with those, we craft ourselves a black metal shield and the black metal axe, which we also upgrade. We also place 2 more armor stands, one for the Fenris set and the other for the silver set. We also craft the upgrade to the cauldron and check if there are any new recipes. Unfortunately, there aren't any, but we are able to cook the serpent meat we got while sailing. We also use the windmill to mill the barley into flour, which unlocks a couple new recipes. We prepare some logs pies and then bake them in the oven to see how much HP they give us. And it turns out that a logs pie gives 75 HP, making it the second best food we can make right now. With our food being top notch, we set our focus on crafting porcupine, for which we need a bit more iron. So we quickly venture into the swamp near the merchant, and I'll again let past me explain. I just wanted to quickly get into the swamp, clear a dungeon, loot some chests, harvest some iron scraps, and then make my way back home. Because it is such a lengthy process, I did not really prepare. I just wanted to quickly get there, loot everything and get out. Which in return means I totally forgot to bring a swamp key with me. Luckily, I ventured to that dungeon I'd opened while venturing towards the mountain in search of a frost cave. We store the iron in a chest near the shore, get the boat materials and then sail home. Where we feed the kiln and the smelters. If that iron is smelted, I may be able to, or no, I am able to craft porcupine. While this is going on, we check on the barley, and this is where we witness something special. Everything finishes growing at the same time. After harvesting and replanting everything, we make our way home, store most of it and grab the smelted iron to craft porcupine. We then set our goal on making a logs farm, which is rather difficult, but we got a plan in mind. We farm a bunch of wood, build a double fenced pen in the Stonehenge-like structure near our farm, where we lure the logs in and leave it some barley. Now, if you know Valheim already, you might notice the mistake I made. Logs don't eat barley, they eat cloudberries, but at that point in time, I didn't know this. So our plan was doomed to failure. So we wasted a lot of time waiting for the logs to become tame, but nothing changes. Now, while the barley still needs to grow, we explore the plains around the mountain to see if there's anything more that might be interesting for us. The only thing we find is a decaying building which is still part of the Black Forest, and therefore did not harbor any foolings. After returning home, we craft ourselves the logs cape. After that, we collect the flour and the finished fire resistance potions. We then head over to Mordor's Altar and explore the plains around there, since we are still missing the Wegweiser for the 5th Forsaken. We venture down the mountain and discover a tower that has nothing, a village that has nothing, another tower, nothing. The same for the next village and the one after that. There we accidentally pull too many foolings at once and have a hard time fighting them. But we prevail and become king of the hill. Okay, that was quite stressful, but I'm king of the hill. We then finally stumble upon a Wegweiser guarded by a fooling berserker amidst a stone structure. After that, we can finally go home. Once there, I thought that I could modify our field by building a roof. Okay, class. Now, think about what was just said. Building a roof over the field where the crops grow. Does that not ring any alarm bells for you? Yeah, sure. Maybe if you build high enough, Valheim is still a game, after all. It is correct that Valheim is a game, but it still strives for some kind of realism, meaning that the crops will not grow once you build a roof over them. Now, the price question. How would you go on about building a roof over your crops if you are not sure if it works? Anyone? Yes? Maybe test it on a smaller patch? Correct. Now, what do you think we did? Correct. We built and rebuilt a whole structure and then added the roof tiles last. Only with half the roof finished, I noticed that the crops looked different and checked if it actually works. We then did some more prep work for our fight against the final boss of the base game, Yagluth. Now I'd like to mention that I, in the beginning, stated that I played the game with friends back when it released. Until now I knew most of the things about the game. Still, some things did surprise me, because I did not know about them. That said, I want to mention it now. We are about to fight the first final boss in a hardcore challenge without any knowledge about the boss. So we take preparation seriously. Once prep work is done, we take our boat and make our way over to the island where Yagluth's altar is found. As we come close to the island, we can spot a massive structure not far from the shore. But we are a little bit unlucky since there is a fooling village near the altar, which we must clear first. We place a portal down a fair distance away from the altar and the village. We then check out the altar first. For real, that this altar looks crazy. Like, wow. Now that it's done, we evict the inhabitants of the village. After that, we notice that we forgot to pack the idols to summon Yagluth, so we head home and grab them. We also take a nap so we can fight in daylight and don't have to worry too much about enemies spawning nearby. We also replenish the duration of our rested buff and then head back to the altar with all the different resistance potions, our best health and stamina potions, and our best foods, as well as a bunch of arrows. We place the idols in their bearings and then summon Yagluth. Okay, let's see what's coming. Okay, it's some sort of skeleton. Oh wow. And now they switched to some kind of death metal. I don't think I can poison the... Poison does nothing. Fire? Fire is quite okay. Oh wow, those meteors deal damage to the structure. Okay, okay, okay. Damage numbers. Nope. Oh, he's turning quite fast. And yeah, sure, he's immune to the meteors himself. And he was healing something, I think.
Wow. Lightning, okay. Come on, be your mouth laser. I don't think that I will deal more damage with nope, I won't. Oh, that's something I didn't know. I was under the assumption that all the potions are usable as one of their own, so to say, like the minor does not interfere with the cooldown of the major or the medium. Okay, once you've got it figured out where you have to stand to dodge its attacks, it's not that hard anymore. I just got to make sure to keep my HP up and do not overstay my welcome. That's the right definition. But I think it's a nice fight. That thing's really, really scary. Like summoning meteors, lightning and thunder. Maybe. Maybe we can get it to collapse. It looks like it. Okay, I need to regenerate a little bit more health, so I'm waiting on the cooldown of the potion. But we should be able to finish him in the next go, especially with the cooldown ready for the stamina potion. I just quickly... No, I can't because it's still... I'm going to make sure, because I don't know how much damage the fire actually deals. So I'm just waiting until the resistance potion is went off. And after 10 minutes of fighting, we finally manage to defeat Yagluth. We collect his trophy and some new materials, which can only be used to build a single structure. There's also a raven, but it looks different from Hugin, and so it is. This one is called Moonin, and Moonin bears greetings from the Allfather. We make our way home and place down a wisp fountain, which requires the new material and is said to attract wisps during the night. As we place it down, Hugin shows up and is intrigued by the edifice we built. Now, with that out of the way, we make our way to the sacrificial altars and place the trophy of Yagluth. We inspect the active ability and render it useless for now, since there is no reason to up our resistances against elemental damage. We make our way home, and since it turns night, we take a look at the wisp fountains and wonder if they work. And as we turn around, we see the first wisp. We collect the first of them and unlock the wisp light, which we craft immediately. The wisp light's description states a bound wisp to guide you through the thickest mist, and this is the most important item needed to venture into the Mistlands. With that acquired, we grab our best food. From here on out, it's endgame, where there is no mercy to spare. We take the portal to the island where we fought Mordor, and then sail eastward towards the edge in hopes of finding the Mistlands. As we sail, we notice that we are missing the materials for a portal, so we make a quick pit stop on an island with some black forest, which we venture into and find a burial chamber.
in which we acquire circling cores. Since this is the Black Forest, we beat a couple of Grey Dwarfs for their eyes and then farm a bunch of birch trees in the adjacent plains biome, where we trigger a thunder of logs that show us that they can swim. We make our way out of there, keep on sailing, and before last we discover a massive wall of mist towering even higher than the trees beside it, and we are fairly certain that this must be the edge to the Mistlands. As we draw closer to the mist, we become a bit more troubled by the thought of some of the enemies leaving the mist and chasing us. We built our portal a small distance away from the mist, inside a decaying stone tower located in the swamp nearby. But we have to exterminate the lingering swamp natives. With that done, it is time to venture into the mist. As we enter the mist, the wisp light shows its use. The wisp circles around us, pushing the mist back and revealing the environment. We take in the vigorous landscape, brimming with energy and magic, which we get confirmed after picking up a new plant named Mage Cape, which would grant us a third attribute besides health and stamina, called Eikthyr. We also discover a new type of huntable enemies, a hare, which gives us hare meat and a scale hide. They are rather quick and therefore hard to shoot. We also come across Yggdrasil shoots, which, as the name states, are sprouts of the tree of life, Yggdrasil. As we chop them down, we gather a new type of wood, Yggdrasil wood, with which we unlock the black metal pickaxe. We also run into the local wildlife after chopping down those sprouts and proceed with caution. It looks like our fully upgraded Frostnia is quite capable of handling the Seekers, giant and insect-like creatures. We also get hit by one and notice that they don't deal that much damage, but normal Seekers don't seem to be the most deadly enemies. Just like the Grey Dwarfs compared to a troll, they seem to be the weakest enemies in the Mistlands. After defeating the second Seeker, we notice a small coated figure drawing closer. Its HP bar is green, and we are unsure what that means. Are there friendly people living in this harsh environment? We proceed with caution and make our way closer to it. It is aiming at us and we ponder around to gauge if it is going to attack us or not. We sheath our weapons and move even closer and get greeted by this fellow. But since we can't interact with him, we are a bit confused on how to deal with this. While pondering around, we stumble upon the remains of an ancient armor, leading us to believe that this is going to be the new metal for this stage of the game. But we immediately get sidetracked by some fighting nearby and the fact that our new friend is running towards it. As we approach the fighting, we are completely oblivious about the fact that our newly found friend got annihilated, and that the gold we so casually picked up while walking around the runestone were his remains, and the fact that we find a second spot with gold coins scattered around means that there was a second fellow who did succumb to the harsh environment. We make sure the area is clear and walk back to the runestone where two Seekers await us. We dispose of them and read the stone, posing another kind of challenge. Just a second. Okay, so I've googled it and it's pronounced Icelandic, and I'm going to butcher it, but the Dvergr are descendants of the great smith of old. After that, we venture around a bit, and then hear a strange sound, but not like any other before. We go and search for the cause of this strange noise and encounter a new type of enemy, a flying or better floating zeppelin-like creature with tentacles and squishy red blobs on the bottom, called Gull. And as it notices us, it lets out the same sound that will keep on haunting us. But for now, we take the fight and shoot it with our fire arrows, making it burn. We slide down the rock formation and dodge the exploding projectiles of the Gull. With more luck than brains, we shoot it again and get hit by the exploding projectile through the rock, setting us ablaze. We lure the Gull along, shooting it with arrows, dodging its projectiles and the ticks that have an oddly coincidental timing. Okay, ticks. Really. Yeah, that's what I thought what they do. Okay, they give blood clot. As we lure the Gull along, we trespass the border between the Mistlands and the Black Forest, which results in the Gull disengaging the fight and just floating off. We try to drag it down, but to no avail. As we make our way back into the Mistlands, we find the spot where we squished the ticks. We then notice that they did in fact not drop the same materials as the swamp leeches, so we pick those up as well. We explore around the area again and spot some activity through the mist, so we take aim and shoot in that direction. It turns out that we shot at a Seeker soldier, which compared to a normal Seeker is a tank with thick chitin shell, a big bulky build, slow but strong attacks, and a massive health pool. We managed to deal with it quite easily because of Frostnir. No, just a quick explanation. Frostnir, as the name implies, is a weapon with frost damage to it. The frost status effect is also applicable to enemies, not only us, meaning that enemies hit by Frostnir get slowed down in their attack and movement speed, increasing the time window in which we can deal damage to them. That is why it is easy to deal with the Seekers as long as we have Frostnir. We then explore a bit around and end up back at the ancient armor we found earlier. As we approach the armor, we have the glorious idea that we might be able to collapse the structure if we dig away all its connections to the ground. So we do that, but after quite a while of digging, we sadly conclude that this is not possible. We admit defeat and that we could not outwit the developers. So we make our way back to the shore and decide that we can move the portal closer to the Mistlands. We build a small shack on a rock by the shore and move the portal there. Once the portal is placed, we go home and look if we can craft the black metal pickaxe, which we clearly need if we want to mine the ancient armor. Fortunately, we got enough materials laying around to craft it. Equipped with our new pickaxe, we make our way back into the Mistlands and towards the ancient armor, where we witness a fight between a 1-star Dvergr and a Seeker soldier, where we stand by idle to see who would win. Okay, so it might be a little bit cruel, but I want to see the Dvergrs, whatever.
if they drop anything. And I think a soldier should be capable. Our Dvergr friend unfortunately was unfit to take on such a foe, so we watch him perish and pick up the fight where he left off. After that we finally are able to mine the ancient armor. Iron. It's just iron. After this disappointment, we explore a bit more and climb up a steep cliff. On top of the mountain range, we take in the breathtaking view. Oh, there it is. In the distance, we spot a gull trying to hide in the leaves of an Yggdrasil branch. So we try and pick a fight with it, shooting it with arrows, but somehow the gull starts to fight something else, and we spot a glimpse of a structure through the mist where the gull is floating towards. As a result of that, we make our way over there. Once there, we pick up the fight with the gull again, but we bite off more than we can chew, and almost choke, leading us to having the most stressful encounter so far, because reaching low 2-digit health numbers in a 150-hour deep hardcore run is quite intense. We make it out by the skin of our teeth, after exhausting everything we can, but we are not safe yet, since the gull and especially its ticks still chase us, and we flee further. As we pass through a narrow passage, we get handed a stark reminder that this is not a playground, this is endgame. And we get ambushed by a 1-star Seeker, which almost manages to finish the job. After adjusting to the situation, we are able to make our way towards the Mistlands border, but on our way there we also encounter a Seeker soldier, and we end up in another predicament, as we are still being chased by the 1-star Seeker and now the Seeker soldier. We have to kite them a bit around to create an opening through which we can escape. While trying to use Eikthyrs ability, we get dealt yet another devastating blow by the 1-star Seeker, but we survive. And manage to make a run for it. We run as fast as our feet can carry us, and as we approach our shack, we take a look back and notice that the soldier and the Seeker are still chasing after us. And in a panic state, we close the door too early, pushing us outside once again. So we panic even more. But we manage to make it inside. But the portal is not activating, which can only mean that we are carrying something that blocks it. So we open the chest and try to put away whatever prevents the portal from opening, while also thinking about the fact that the Seeker's attack might be able to reach us through the door. And as we spot the Seeker's feelers through the door, the portal finally opens and we make it home.
Okay, that was way too scary. Oh god.
Where we are safe and sound.
After that, we take a break from the game. After our break, we prepare and go back to the portal. We fight the 1-star Seeker in a one-on-one, while the soldier is still a bit off. We are having a hard time. But we managed to obliterate the Seeker before the soldier was in reach. Now that the 1-star is dead, we can relax a bit and focus on the soldier, which we obliterate as well. Now we make our way into the Mistlands again and become the best rock climber there is.
Nothing. Can't manage.
Once at the top, we spot yet another Gal in the distance, which we take care of and make it have the same fate as the Hindenburg. While making our way over to where the loot from the Gal should be, we encounter another bad joke from the game. A 2-star Seeker soldier,
okay, that's probably my death.
which would definitely be able to one-shot us. So we resort to the only possible way of dealing with it, which takes us an astonishing 65 shots.
Not
We make our way down into the valley where we find a couple of ticks and a large petrified bone. To be precise, the massive remains of a Jotun ribcage.
That's a new material.
While walking through the ribcage, we notice that Hagin and Munin both appeared near the skull of the Jotun remains. That these remains are from the Jotun of a long gone age, and that we shall break their bones and pick their dome, which we do and get rewarded with soft tissue, which we have no clue about its use for now. But we must stop the mining, because we get crept up on by a Gal, which we are thankfully able to dodge. And after that, we make our way home once more, and place down the new upgrade for the cauldron, mortar and pestle, which unlocks us the highest recipes in the game yet, and especially the newly added Eikthyr food recipes, since most of the new recipes have to be baked in the oven. We craft one of each to find out which foods give what stats and how much of it.
Okay. Oh. 85 and 80.
After quite a while we are able to consume the new food. We use the stuffed mushroom, granting us the Eikthyr stat for the first time, and 75 of it at that. With Eikthyr unlocked, Hagin shows up once more, informing us about the fact that we need Eikthyr to cast spells, but leaving us in the dark about where we can acquire said spells, which we will find out down the road. After taking care of all chores, we head back into the Mistlands, where we encounter a thunderstorm, which has purple lightning in the Mistlands, probably due to the Eikthyr in the air. We explore a bit more northwards than before and find a Dvergr mage. Still unaware about how to acquire spells, we try interacting with the mage, which as expected is futile. We then proceed further and end up at the Jotun remains we had to stop excavating.
Not gonna lie, it's just a little bit disgusting.
While doing so, we stumble upon yet another Dvergr. This one is a rogue, and we got the idea that we can maybe drop them stuff and they will trade us for it. So we throw a lot of different stuff on the ground in hopes that the Dvergr will react to any of them. But unfortunately our effort was futile again. We then proceed through the mist and we stumble upon a massive and glowing ancient root that is pulsating with energy, which is where Hugin shows up once more, informing us that we need a special tool made by more capable hands to pierce the bark of the root. We take a mental note and proceed deeper into the Mistlands, where we find a Dvergr outpost full of Dvergr, and both Hugin and Moonin show up to give us a bit of backstory to their existence. We explore the inside of the outpost and find an awfully noticeable Dvergr component crate, indicating that this will be something worthwhile. After assessing our situation, we decide against destroying and looting the component crate due to the overwhelming numbers of Dvergr around the outpost, which we probably would anger. So we place a marker on our map and move on for now. We then find the remains of a destroyed Dvergr outpost, which we explore, since we are still new to the area and don't know if those outpost remains can hold anything useful. Unfortunately, this one does not, so we head deeper into the Mistlands, and that is where we discover an entrance to the Dvergr mines. We again get greeted by Moonin and Hugin, informing us about the fate of the Dvergr. We then enter the dungeon, the Infested Mines. Inside the mines, we proceed with a lot of caution. We thoroughly explore around and take a closer look at everything to not miss anything. We are immediately greeted by a seeker that is somehow blocked off by some vines spanning across the doorway. We destroy the vines and then get rid of the seeker. Clear the space around the entrance of any threats. We take a closer look around the room where the seeker was enclosed. We gather a lot of impressions about the environment to figure out what is important and what is background. After confirming that there is nothing to do in that room, we leave and take a look at the closed door on the opposite side of the floor, which we open and peek inside, noticing a stairway leading deeper into the mines. We hesitate to enter and focus on exploring the upper floor first. We make our way over to the black and pink glowing orb sitting on a stick. We pick up the black core and unlock the recipe for the black forge, which we definitely need to build to unlock the new weapons and armor. We make our way to the end of the corridor and find a nest of seeker eggs, where some hatch into seeker broods, as well as a pile that once destroyed drops royal jelly, a new ingredient that finally unlocks the major healing potion. We open up a barricaded doorway right behind the nest and find another staircase down into the mines, which we leave be for now. We make our way back to the entrance and then go down the central stairway. We discover another nest, which we destroy, as well as a glass cube sitting on a pedestal nearby. We loot what was inside the glass cube and notice that this is called a seal breaker fragment, which indicates that we need all the fragments, however many there will be, to open the entrance to the final boss. We proceed forth and destroy every hostile entity we come across. Until we face 2 1-star seekers and a bunch of other enemies behind a thin veil of vines, where we decide to exploit the hitboxes of the enemies and the vines that close them off with some success, until we hit the vines instead.
Oh no. Bye bye.
We leave the dungeon and take a deep breath. As we re-enter the dungeon, we take a closer inspection of a 1-star seeker's claws and are pushed out the entrance again. We then stay outside for a bit longer, so the situation inside the dungeon can calm down. Once we re-enter, this time we are met by a normal seeker instead of a 1-star, which we annihilate. We take a step towards the stairs and look around to find the remaining seekers, and then one of the 1-stars comes flying at us. We manage to jump onto the ledge of the entrance, but still get hit by the seeker. On the ledge we feel safe and try to attack the seeker. Unfortunately for us, the seeker was able to attack us, not once, but twice, diminishing our HP drastically, leading to us leaving the dungeon once more. Outside we contemplate about our next course of action, which results in us deciding that we would be best off if we build a small shelter next to the dungeon entrance to rest and replenish our rested buff, which already ran out of duration. So we cut down some trees and start building a smelter. We barely managed to build the basic structure until we ran out of wood. We then farm some more wood, and while doing so we get distracted by another Dvergr Outpost, which we explore as well. As we reach the roof, we notice that there are no Dvergr on top of the building, so we decide that this would be the perfect opportunity to take a look at what's inside the component crate and maybe borrow the content for a while. After only one hit towards the crate, all the Dvergr nearby turn hostile towards us, so we take the contents and leave by sliding off the building. We stop on a stone ledge on one of the pillars of the building, where we spend a bit of our time and read the description of the Dvergr extractor, which was inside the component crate. As we stand there, we try to study the behavior of the Dvergr. Fortunately for us, they are attacked by a gull right after fending off a seeker soldier. We finish off the gull once it starts to attack us. We stick around a bit more. And get attacked by a Dvergr rogue and by a Dvergr mage, so we take our leave. As we leave, we discover a massive bridge and we climb onto it out of curiosity. We make our way back to the dungeon and come across an ancient root, where we try to pierce its bark with the Dvergr extractor, because we did not notice that we unlocked a new construct once we picked up the extractor. Once back at the dungeon, we finish the shack besides the staircase. We place down another chest and store most of the new materials we found while exploring the area. We place a campfire and rest. After that, it is once more time to enter the dungeon. We sneak down the stairway into their lair and try to ambush them. Which we actually managed to do. We land a devastating ambush attack on one of the 1-star seekers with our bow. We even managed to avoid its charge attack. We try to capitalize on this opportunity and attack the seeker, but we get ambushed by the second one. This attack almost staggers us, and we notice that we can't take on both of them at the same time. So we retreat towards the entrance and narrowly make it onto the ledge and outside. We stay outside for a short while and re-enter the dungeon, where both seekers are still guarding the entrance. One of them makes it onto the ledge and we try to face it one-on-one, but we get pushed out once more after parrying its attack. We re-enter and just in time manage to parry the attack of the seeker, and we now beat it with Frostnir, but we get too greedy and suffer 2 massive blows and get staggered, which again could have been the end if we had been less lucky. We quickly turn around and use, and I mean use, the exit. Outside we contemplate about the situation. After a while we re-enter once more, where we manage to ambush one of the seekers trying to make its way back into its lair. We then carefully make our way inside again, this time staying on the top floor. on the stairway down, opposite to the entrance, we discover yet another 1-star seeker. In our mind, we think this might be the second 1-star we fought already, so we shoot it and then move back towards the entrance. The seeker gets stuck on the doorway, so we go back to it. As we jump over the stairway gap, we notice another 1-star seeker rushing up from downstairs. We immediately turn around and jump on the entrance ledge once more. As we turn around, we are back to square one, facing off against two 1-star seekers. After trying to attack them in melee range, we notice that they attack almost at the same time, which could probably do the job. So we resort to the most noble way of fighting. We shoot them with our bow. We finish the second one with Frostnir and feel relieved that we finally managed to get rid of the 1-stars. After that, we explore the stairway down right of the entrance, where we struggle to hit a Thicc. We then gasp as we get ambushed by a 2-star Thicc, which we can't tell how dangerous it is. And after a failed lunge attack by the Thicc, we annihilate it. We check the bottom of the stairs, which leads into a small room with nothing in it. We go back up and then down the middle staircase, where we found the 1-star seekers in the first place. We come across a hidden doorway marked with runes, but we first have to make sure that we are safe down here and don't get ambushed by enemies. But besides a Thicc, there were no enemies left. We open the sealed door and discover the hidden treasures that Dvergr stored before they had to leave the mines for good. Inside the room there are a bunch of black cores, which we need for the best crafting station and structures. In the room also are some chests with a bunch of useful potions and coins. Now, with that way cleared, we head up and outside for everything we collected and replenish our rested buff. After that, we re-enter the dungeon once more and make our way over the gap and through the doorway to the left, where we discover a small wooden bridge over a pit filled with seekers. We can't tell how many are down there because of the mist, but we can make out the silhouette of at least 2. We try to make our way down on the rocks to the side of the pit. While doing so, we manage to spot one of the seekers and face our worst nightmare, a 2-star seeker. We managed to make it out of the room, luckily not getting hit by the 2-star seeker through the floor. We make our way to the exit and notice that we triggered the other seeker in the pit as well, and that this one manages to make its way out of the pit and through the doorway. We finished the normal seeker after we made sure that the 2-star did not make it out of the pit. We replenish our food and take a look down the pit, triggering another normal seeker that hid inside the mist. This one also manages to make it out of the pit and through the doorway, but we get rid of it rather quickly. We get back to the pit and then resort to the only viable method of dealing with such a formidable foe, shooting it with our bow and arrows. Once the 2-star seeker is dead, we make our way down into the pit to see if there's anything worthwhile. After discovering that there's absolutely nothing down there, we make our way over the bridge and check that way. Left goes up to a closed door, right is closed off by some vines. We break the vines and destroy the Thiccs behind them. We make our way deeper into the mines and destroy all enemies and clear that side of the dungeon as well. We head back to the entrance floor and make our way down the staircase opposite to the entrance. At the bottom of the staircase we discover a bunch of Thiccs, which we struggle to fend off. We clear everything down there and even check the walls with our pickaxe. But this is the end. We cleared the whole dungeon. I double checked everything and then head outside. We store everything inside the chest and only take a couple of things home with us. Once there, we cook a bunch of food and think about the new recipes and their viability. We also craft the meat base for the major healing potion. We then discovered that we need to build the sap extractor to extract sap from the Eikthyr roots, and it uses black metal bars, which we have no way of smelting over at the Mistlands. So we need to sail over there once more, since they can't be transported through a portal. We check our chests and notice that we only have 3 bars left, meaning that we need to take a quick detour and collect black metal scraps. Luckily, we got a bunch stored across the island where Modor's altar is to be found. We left it there while searching for the Wegweiser for Yagluth. But before we do that, we check the merchant. Now that we defeated Yagluth, Galdr should have something new, and that is the case. Galdr now sells eggs for a staggering 1500 coins. We go home and grab all our treasure and coins so we can buy a bunch of eggs. We can buy only 2 eggs in total, and once bought we unlock new recipes, but we are not interested in those. We want to hatch the eggs and see what hatches from them, and to do that we need to keep them warm, which we thought would require a special kind of building or a chicken coop or a nest, something like that. But it does not look like you could build something like that. We then try to drop them near the fireplace and check if the egg gets warm. Due to my impatience, we don't wait to let the game sync with the egg, and we drop them in the fireplace, where we still read that it is too cold for them. Since this does not make any sense, we wait a bit.
Too cold? Okay, now it's warm.
And then the status of the eggs changes to warm, relieving us and letting us believe that this would be the only place where they would be warm enough to hatch. So we leave them close to the fireplace for now, and hope for the best as we journey around Modor's island to collect the black metal scrap we stored around there in chests. We collect wood for a workbench and build a boat near the shore. We sail around the island and collect the scrap as well as a couple of dumb fish that more or less handed themselves to us.
Oh, don't. Yes.
On our way back from our scrap trip, we end up in the thickest mist we've seen so far. As we sail, we come close to the shore of an island, unbeknownst to us. We sail along its shore, and with all the luck in the world, manage to beach the boat besides a massive fooling village, whose inhabitants immediately come to our aid. Boy, did I panic. Especially because the duration of our food was almost over, so our health pool was minuscule. We tried to push the boat, but to no avail. We tried to figure out what the best course of action would be, but we get interrupted by the foolings annihilating our boat within seconds. We now have to swim. We consume some of our food and make ourselves ready to drink a potion as we get hit by a fireball from one of the fooling shaman, almost depleting our health. And once again, we just narrowly make it out of there. We run off in one direction, hoping for the best, as the mist is still as thick as it can be. We find a sharp rock, so we climb it, readying ourselves for yet another King of the Hill type fight against a horde of foolings. But they never came, so we check on them, and as expected, trigger a bunch of them by just walking in their direction. We head back to the rock and take our stance, facing off against the small ones. And then the Berserker. We go back and trigger the shaman, which we focus with our bow. We then clear the whole village a couple of foolings at a time, until we trigger a horde of them. We go back to the rock and use it to our advantage. We then have another close call after we underestimate the range of an attack by a 1-star fooling, and I let past me explain the logic. The hit I took from one of the 1-star foolings lowered my HP to a crucial point, and I wanted to run away, but I also knew I had to use a potion. So I tried jumping and using a potion mid-air as a smart move, which backfired. And I jumped into the water and got hit by a fooling again. Luckily, the knockback pushed me into the right direction. We then managed to finish off one fooling at a time until the horde is dissolved. After that, we cleared the village of the remaining few and rebuilt our boat. Luckily for us, the black metal scrap was still there and did not vanish since our boat got destroyed, so we load the boat and sail home. Once there, we empty the boat's storage, as well as the fermenters for their major healing potions. What happens next, I'll let past me explain. You probably remember, but I totally forgot. I just thought the fireplace got destroyed by some object collision bug again, and was wondering why there were feathers. But don't worry, my realization came. Oh no. Now I know why there were feathers. Oh. The egg hatched and the chicken burned. After that, we collect our remaining treasure and coins and head over to the merchant. We sell everything and come short a couple of coins, which is even more frustrating. We check a bunch of chests we placed near our portals, but it was to no avail. We also checked the swamp dungeons, but to no luck. We did not leave anything behind, so we accept our fate and put our chicken farm on hold. In the meantime, we smelted a bunch of black metal scrap, so we are ready to sail towards the Mistlands and place down some of the sap extractors. Shortly after we set sail, we noticed that we forgot to bring the wisp light with us, so we stopped by the portal in the north of our starting island to head home once more and grab the wisp light. We then sailed towards the tranquil and pastel sunrise. Once we arrive near the Mistlands, we decide that it would probably be good to surround the island so we can guess the size of the biome. We, as always, beach the boat and have a rather awkward encounter with a seeker soldier, which we manage to escape unscathed. Oh no, we're not able to pass through that. Oh, please. We then have the most 5-head moment ever. Okay, sailing with the back first is not that stupid. It's a little bit weird, yes, but That's where the wisp is. We come across a Dvergr port, where we find a component crate that is rather loosely guarded, so we take the chance. We port our boat close to the building and behind a rock. We make out the Dvergrs around the port and wait till they aren't inside the building. We open the crate and burrow the content for an unspecified time. As we run towards our boat, we get shot at by the rogue and we can hear the fireballs from a mage, damaging the port's structure. Once on our boat, we start to paddle forward and slowly gain distance. We notice a mage behind us that in a last-ditch effort tries to shoot some fireballs at us, but misses. We then sail on and find another port with a component crate. At this one, we have to use a bit more force to obtain the extractor.
Okay, we will try. Let's see.
And the 1-star rogue punishes us for it by attacking our boat and almost destroying it. At the most south point of the Mistlands biome, we take a quick break and go ashore, where we find an ancient root. After fighting off some foolings, we manage to place down the first extractor and harvest sap for the first time. As we collect the sap, we unlock a bunch of new recipes as well as new structures. We sail on, and once more I'll let past me explain.
And once more, I beach the boat. This time, besides a fooling tower. Luckily, none of the foolings came out.
We surround the island and take the portal home. At home, we check out the new recipe and the unlocked structures.
Oh, okay, that thing is big. That one looks really nice. But I don't have enough materials.
We make our way towards one of the ancient routes near the Dvergr Outpost we found earlier and place 2 extractors there. After that, we start to explore the Mistlands towards the south along the coast. While exploring, we fend off a lot of enemies and come across a bunch of useful stuff, but we don't find another dungeon. After freeing the Mistlands from the fog of war on our map, we return home. On our way home, we check by the extractors and empty them. At home, we cook a bunch of food again, because we are rapidly depleting our high-level meals while exploring the Mistlands. While doing so, we get surprised by an invasion. A new kind of invasion. One whose announcement we haven't seen before. It states, "They sought you out." Yes, this was a Seeker invasion. And it happens as it must. One of the Seekers,
Come on, faster, faster, faster.
had managed its way into our boar pen and ravaged all our boars.
This one did actually ravage all the boars. Oh, for real? Against a flying enemy, there's nothing to be done.
After such a devastating blow, we keep our head high and accept it, because we can't change anything about it anymore. We clear the rest of the Seekers and then think about what we could do better to prevent something like that from happening again.
And that's probably why it is important that you have all the farms separate from your main home. So in there's any invasion, none of the farms are in danger. Now it's sad, but we can't change anything about it anymore.
Now, after quite the break from the game, we return and tackle our food shortage. We go on a hunting trip for logs. We return home after quite the successful hunt and cook some meat platters. We contemplate about what we could use the boar pen for, now that they are all gone. While checking on the food in the oven, we notice a lost sea guardian wandering around our home. That is probably a leftover from the invasion. We jump at it and want to take our revenge for our lost boars, but we quickly notice that we do not have a lot of health, because we forgot to consume any food, so we do that, and then annihilate the guardian. Afterwards, we rebuild our destroyed stone wall and increase the height of the walls around the former boar pen to make it safer. With the fortifications finished, we take care of our money problem and venture out into the Black Forest in hopes of finding a burial chamber from which we can extort a bunch of treasure. And we spend it all on another egg. After that, we head back into the Mistlands. As we explore the steep cliffs, we can hear the faint noise of a gull. As the sounds get more intense, we go to investigate and we manage to find a gull with a sliver of health below the ledge we are standing on. So we take the opportunity and jump onto it. After a long time of searching, we finally find another dungeon entrance. This one looking different from the first one, which gets us quite excited.
Okay, that's interesting.
We enter the mine and almost fall through a hole in the floor.
Oh, damn.
We clear the area that is accessible for us without having to break something, and then make our way through the breakable walls and explore the mine in depth. I am going to make this one quick. We exterminate all the Seekers, Thiccs, Brutes and clear this dungeon without any trouble. Sadly, we did not find any Sealbreaker fragments or black cores at all. So we leave the dungeon and explore the Mistlands again, although we don't get far before getting jumped by a 1-star Seeker and a Seeker Guardian, which we have trouble dealing with due to Frostnir being nearly broken. But after quite some time, we come out on top and defeat them and their reinforcements. We then make our way along the cliffed coast northward, where we discover a bunch of things among other an excavation site by the Dvergr. We proceed by outlining the Mistlands territory, and at the north side of it we climb up a couple of peaks that are so high up that they are covered in snow. On our way down we slip on one of the cliffs and plunge down for quite the distance, suffering a lot of damage. While making our way back down south along the coast, we stumble upon yet another Dvergr outpost, where one of the mages decides that he would like to be a fire starter. As we proceed to explore further, we once again find a dungeon entrance, heavily guarded by seekers. We quickly deal with them and mark the dungeon on the map, and then move on, since Frostnir is still low on durability. After unveiling almost all of the north section of the Mistlands, we return home to repair our equipment, restock our consumables, and store all the materials we collected. At home, we are running out of storage space and have to reorganize our chests. We also cook a bunch more meals and then check on the eggs, which had hatched and spawned a brightly yellow, cute little chicken.
There's a chicken. Oh, it's so cute.
We then grab the materials for a portal and craft a lot more arrows. We then make our way over to the northern part of the Mistlands biome and place the portal on a rock inside the Plains biome, adjacent to the Mistlands. With that out of the way, we return to the dungeon entrance we found earlier, but this time to enter and clear it. We start with the entrance area. And as we get rid of some brutes, we get ambushed by a lot of ticks and seekers. And this is why we proceed with caution and focus on already accessible paths first. After getting rid of them, we come across a 1-star Seeker Guardian from the same room as most of the ambushing enemies came forth. We get a little bit too bold against that one, since it seems to be a one-on-one at first. But the Guardian manages to destroy one of the barricades on a doorway and releases some ticks. We get rid of them first and then try to fight the Guardian, which manages to put us in a fight-only situation. But we manage to stay calm and channel our inner warrior to fight it head-on.
This was definitely a bad choice. I knew that both the ways down there were dead ends, and that the Guardian would be able to corner me, so I choose to fight the Guardian head on.
Okay, that was quite tense. We then clear most of the dungeon without issue and collect quite the amount of treasure. Among other, we found a staggering 6 black cores, enabling us to build both the Black Forge and the Eikthyr refinery once we make it home, which was put to the test only a couple of minutes later against a 1-star Seeker and us not noticing that we don't have a shield equipped, which created a much more stressful situation than it had to be, because the Seeker put our health below 20 not once but twice in quick succession. We make it out of the dungeon, rest for a bit and wait out the cooldown of our potion. Once we re-enter, we equip our shield and utterly destroy the 1-star Seeker, which was also the last remaining enemy inside the dungeon. We check the last spots and then journey towards the portal home, but not before wasting the precious time of Eikthyrs ability as well as the duration of his stamina regeneration potion to mine some black marble from the remains of a Jotun. We make it home and then build both the Black Forge and the Eikthyr refinery. We then take a close look at the newly craftable weapons, and we are baffled by their damage values.
What the 150 slash damage? 100. Wow. Wow.
We also start the refinery and collect the first of many refined Eikthyrs, unlocking a plethora of new items to craft, among them the Galdr table. Now class, does anyone know what Galdr stands for? Yeah, from where the game has come and might be going, Galdr should probably stand for something like magic. And since Valheim tries to resemble the Norse mythology, it probably stems from it as well. You snarky little bitch. I mean, you're right. And it actually comes from Old Norse and Old English, referring to a spell or an incantation. So we can assume that this table will be used to craft magic items, weapons, or other stuff. Since it has not been built yet, you gotta wait until it is built to see what it actually can be used for. After inspecting the new armors and weapons, we notice that we need a lot more iron to craft everything, and so we head out for a farm run into the swamp near the merchant. Where we also collect a bunch of treasure to buy more chicken eggs from said merchant. After a couple of hours, we think we collected enough iron. We make our way home and sell all the treasure we collected at the merchant. At home, we grab our boat materials, head back, load its hull full, and sail home. At home, we unload the boat and start smelting the iron. We check out the chicken coop and see some progress. We place the upgrade for the Black Forge and check if there are any new things we can craft.
Okay, nothing new.
After that, we rebuild our port and make it more secure against invasions. In the meantime, we smelted most of the iron and are able to craft the best armor in the game, the carapace plate armor. We also craft the carapace buckler and upgrade the armor and the shield as well. We then retire our well-worn padded armor and the black metal shield. We also craft the arbalest. A crossbow with the obvious traits, slow and powerful. We take a couple of test shots against small targets way off in the distance. And the drop-off is minuscule, but the knockback is crazy. We check on the chickens again, and they are coming along quite nicely.
Right.
Wow, we've got a lot of new chickens. We take care of the field to provide the chickens with food. After seeing that the chickens are doing great, we take one out to get chicken meat. We take the meat to the cauldron and prep some honey glazed chicken, and then bake it in the oven. The result is amazing. The cooked honey glazed chicken turns out to be on par with the sea serpent stew, making it the best food item in the game. After that we take care of our leg in wood and cut down some trees nearby. Once it turned night, we did a quick trip with our boat to hunt down some sea serpents, because we are slowly running out of their meat. After returning home, we cooked the serpent meat over our fire and then boiled it into stew. We check on the chickens once again and notice that they are doing fine, and that we can remove the barricade around them, so they can free range. We then check our chest at a Mistlands portal for some Yggdrasil wood to craft the carapace spear to accommodate our new armor. We then venture into the Mistlands to check on the sap extractors, collect some more Yggdrasil wood and then check back on the extractors because they haven't been extracting as much as they could. We place them on another route because we noticed that the route actually looks drained. After that we go home, keep smelting and then craft a mechanical spring, which unlocks us the ballista, a massive crossbow turret that should be able to shoot enemies in case of an invasion. We then check back on the chicken coop and they still go strong. So we go into the Mistlands again, and this time we explore and check around some areas where we think that there could be more dungeons, and we hit the jackpot. We find a dungeon which we mark on our map and then travel on. We make our way over to some Jotun skulls we discovered earlier and mine all soft tissue.
Oh, perfect.
We then head home, where we store everything and start to refine the soft tissue into refined Eikthyr. And as before, we check on the chickens once more, and they are doing amazing. Unfortunately, they laid some eggs too far off the bonfire, so we had to relocate them closer to it. As we go back to our home, we again notice that the Eikthyr refinery and the refined Eikthyr shoot out some small green magic projectile that damage the nearby structures, so we decide to close off the whole thing with stone walls. After we are done with that, we take care of the chickens so they don't lay any eggs too far away from the bonfire. And after that, we craft the Mistwalker, the Jotun Bane and Himin Athel. We test their moveset and are impressed by the lightning effects from Himin Athel. Okay. But for now we place those weapons on item stands. We then craft the Spine Snap, the best bow in the game, and we retire our old and trustworthy Dvergr Fang. We also craft a bunch of ooze bombs, which work like grenades and are practical against bigger groups of smaller enemies. And with all the prep done, we head back into the Mistlands and towards the dungeon. Not far after exiting the portal, we fend off some great dwarves that remind us that we have to level our sword skill, which we have neglected so far. Anyway, we make it to the dungeon and clear it without any hassle. Although we find 3 hidden rooms, we only find 3 black cores and 1 sealbreaker fragment, which have the highest priority for us. Once we are done with the dungeon, we farm some more wood and then check on the extractors again, where we finally confirm that the roots can be drained. So we place the extractors back onto the original root to drain it once again. At home, we use the sap we got from the extractor to fuel the refinery and check on the chickens once more. This time with a more hilarious result than before. They're stacking on top of each other because there's so many. After that, we craft ourselves the most amazing weapon in the game, the Demolisher. A massive 2-handed sledgehammer. Just watch this.
Okay. Yeah, not near any building.
But for now, we put that one on hold as well. We then once again go back into the Mistlands and search for yet another dungeon, because we are still short of sealbreaker fragments. We check out another area where we think could be a dungeon, and after searching for a while, we come to the conclusion that there isn't one around.
I don't think there's anything on that side.
But we get proven otherwise seconds later.
You can't make that shit up. For real. Like, there it is. Dungeon.
We run straight through into the dungeon without taking care of the seekers outside. In the dungeon, we place down a fire to check if it is possible to get the rested buff inside the dungeon. And we notice that there are a ton of ticks just there, ready to suck our blood. Some of them jump onto the ledge and torch themselves in the fire we placed. We take a couple down and then they get reinforced by some seekers. So we get the idea to use our newly crafted ooze bombs on them. They work marvelously. We clear the stampede easily and then proceed to explore the dungeon. We make it through in a breeze. After we are done with the dungeon, we head home once more, this time with all we need to build the Galdr table, and we are really excited for it. Once we build it, Viking shows up once more and congratulates us for it, but also warns us about the side effects. We check out the stuff we can build with it, and then craft the Raven Cape, which provides us with everything the Log's Cape does, as well as Feather Fall, an amazing perk for the Mistlands that will slow our fall speed down so we don't take any damage at all if we jump from high places or fall. We then get rid of some of the chickens and then cook some more honey glazed chicken with their meat. We also craft a bunch more major healing potion bases. And we notice that we need a bunch more locksmith. Keep up our consumption, so we go for a roam through the plains. Once we are finished, we cook some more meat platters. And after that, we head back into the Mistlands, primarily to find a final piece to the seal breaker inside a dungeon, but also to find a Wegweiser for the final boss. While exploring the Mistlands, we make great use of our newly crafted feather cape. Oh wow. And even jump from the highest peak that we could find. Let's jump down and see. Is it possible to... It is. You could do drive-by shootings with that. Shortly after that, we make out yet another dungeon, which we haven't discovered before. We collect some wood and place a fire to get a rested buff before entering. So I can get a rested buff in here. Once inside, we clear the first couple of enemies, and just down the stairs we sight the item of our desire. The final piece to complete the seal breaker. With that in hand, we collect a bunch of treasure and clear the dungeon without trouble. Now that this dungeon is clear as well, we think that there won't be any more dungeons in this section of the Mistlands. We then head towards the portal home and across the remains of a Jotun, so we feel obligated to mine the soft tissue, and while doing so, we get ambushed by a gull that snuck up to us and floats right above the skull. We get rid of it, clear the skull of all the soft tissue, and then head home, where we finally craft the seal breaker, the key needed to open the final boss's chamber. We also have to collect more sap to refine the soft tissue into Eikthyr. We make our way to the extractors and have a welcoming party thrown for us. We collect the sap and head home. At home, we take a closer look at the fishing bait and notice that we can craft most of the different baits in the game. And what better time to do so than before we approach the final boss. We practice the fishing minigame and notice that it is rather difficult due to it draining stamina, but after some tries we feel confident in our ability to catch some fish. So we sail out onto the open seas and look for a school of fish, which are rather easy to find, and we navigate towards them. We contemplate what bait to use and then try everyone to see if the fish bite. Unfortunately, we are rather unlucky with catching fish, but we are lucky with our boat being in the perfect spot, because some of the fish jump onto it and we are able to just collect them. Okay, I got a pufferfish, and it's a quality free one. Interesting. After quite some time, we stop fishing because the different fish do not unlock any new recipes. Unbeknownst to us that there is one type of fish that unlocks a new recipe, the angler fish. But this one only appears in the ocean around the Mistlands. As we head home, it turned night, and we come across some much appreciated sea serpents. At home, we notice that all the different fish are cut into the same ingredient, and the quality of the fish increases the amount. We end up with quite a bunch of raw fish, which is nice, which we cook and turn into fish wraps. Now that we got that done as well, we head back into the Mistlands, since we still have no idea on where the final boss resides. This time we head to the north of the island and check the Mistlands section there for a dungeon. Shortly after entering the Mistlands, we find a Dvergr Outpost right beside a dungeon, which is a pleasant surprise. We head inside the dungeon and get greeted by a bunch of enemies, which we take care of, one after the other. We clear most of the dungeon and come across a hidden room in which we finally find a Wegweiser for the final boss, the Queen. We then look at the map to see where the Queen resides and notice that it is rather close to the edge of the map. We then get back to clearing the dungeon. As we open a closed off path, we get overrun by a bunch of Thiccs, a 1-star seeker and a 2-star seeker. We try to outmaneuver them, but end up in a pretty tricky situation.
We might have a problem here.
And due to our cunning wit, we make it out alive. Once outside the dungeon, we tell ourselves that there is absolutely no need for us to clear it, because we got all we came for, and that we can leave.
I'm not going to fight that, a 2-star and a 1-star. Fuck it. There's nothing in the dungeon that is worth dying. We've got all we came for. Yet, I couldn't leave the dungeon uncompleted. My inner completionist did not allow me to leave the dungeon unfinished, uncleared, even though it is a tremendous task to defeat a 2-star and a 1-star at the same time. I head back in and tried my best.
As we head back inside, we proceed with the utmost caution. We come across the 2-star seeker and try to lure it towards the entrance, where we can defeat it in the safest way possible. By shooting it with our bow. We then clear the dungeon fully and head home. On our way towards the portal, we come across a 2-star hare, which we desperately try to hunt.
Nice.
At home, we quickly grab the refined Eikthyr, store everything, then head back into the Mistlands to farm some Yggdrasil wood. Perfect. Once we return home, it is finally time. We craft ourselves the Staff of Embers, which we try to use immediately, but notice that nothing happens, because we did not consume any Eikthyr food. So we cook some up and spend the remaining time the fish wrap needs to run out of duration to take care of our chores. We also diminish the hen population, and shortly after that we are able to consume some of the Seeker as peak and test our newly crafted stuff. We are quite amazed by it, and since it explodes on impact, meaning that it can deal damage to a bunch of enemies.
Does this destroy stones? Nope, does not. Wood?
We then take our boat and the materials to craft a portal and make our way over to the Queen.
I don't want to go through here again. That was quite a drag. Yeah, I hope we will be able to sail towards the Queen.
After a rather long journey, we finally managed to land on the coast right beside the marking on the map. We place the portal, destroy our ship, collect the materials, head home, store the materials, rest and head back. We climb the cliff towards the marking and stand atop it. We notice that it is probably beneath us, so we jump down. And there it was, an unfamiliar structure. While falling, we also notice that there are a bunch of Seekers guarding it, and that jumping down was definitely a bad idea. But thankfully there were only 4 normal Seekers. We quickly get rid of them and take a closer look at the structure. We notice that there are some sort of quarters beneath it, and we break in. After finding the living quarters, we decide that we can place the portal in there and be safe from the Mistlands enemies. We go, grab the portal and place it in front of the barrels inside the quarters. We then head home again and start to prepare for the final fight. We grab the seal breaker, potions, food, arrows and additional weapons, just in case, because we still don't know if we can leave the place after entering it. Decently prepared, we head back to the entrance. We place the seal breaker and watch the door unlock. The animation is nice. We are on high alert. We managed to make it this far without dying, and this will not be the time to do so.
Yeah, I'll take all the potions before I enter. Infested Citadel. What?
We enter and take a quick look inside the room.
Oh, what?
Before confirming that we are able to leave the place.
Come on, stop lagging because you're saving. Damn it. Okay, can we? Yeah, we can exit. Okay.
Which is a relief to us. In case things go south, we can just leave and come back at a later time. Inside, we explore around the lowest floor and make sure that there aren't any traps or things that could surprise us.
Oh, what? Oh no. Oh, this is going to be really hard. Could we build anything in here? I probably should have brought material. Yeah, we could build in here. Oh.
We then climbed the stairs, and they seemed to go up endlessly.
Okay, how high is that?
We didn't notice it.
Oh.
The queen, pacing back and forth on what seems to be the highest platform.
I think this is it. This is the queen.
We ready ourselves and move up the final stairs, as we had noticed by some of her broods. Luckily, they do not alert her upon death. So we draw our bow and try to shoot her, but due to us being a bit nervous, we missed the first shot. Luckily, she did not notice. The second one hit its mark, and the queen starts to rush towards us. We take a defensive approach to the fight and try to learn as much as possible about her abilities.
Okay, where's she spawning? Oh, there she's spawning those little ones from. Oh, holy. 300 damage to her structure. Come on. Oh, yeah, and she's spawning others. Oh, oh, and she's destroying stuff.
After getting pushed into a corner by one of her attacks, we decided to jump down the stairs, missing them and ending up on the ground floor. We get stuck on the nest of some broods. We get rid of them and a seeker before heading outside. After a short while, we re-enter and get greeted by one of her summoned seekers.
She's still moving around, okay. Somewhere.
We then try to clear most of the brood nests on the ground floor. We head up the staircases again, and this time the queen notices us sooner. We shoot her with our bow, while she tries to make her way towards us. We also use our frost arrows, which unfortunately do not slow her down. We shoot her for a bit while kiting her around the staircases, which does not deal a lot of damage. We then accidentally use a potion, which leads to us retreating, because now we can't use another one for 1 minute, and we most certainly don't want to end up in a picky situation right now, so we run towards the entrance.
No, she's quick. Okay, I can cheese her. Okay, that's great.
We wait outside a bit and then re-enter her prison. We take care of 2 seekers and notice that she seems to be nearby. We then try to fight her in melee range, but the knockback of her attacks is too great.
Yeah, that definitely was a parry. But she's not getting parried? Is it just the animation, or is she actually not parried?
So we position ourselves with our back against the wall, which enables us to hit her right after parrying. And obviously she does not receive double the damage after being parried. After getting hit by her through the wall while trying to reposition ourselves, we choose to exit once again. We then re-enter once more and try to figure out how much damage she will deal and how to best approach her.
Okay, it's not that much. I can't make my way around her because all of her
All of her arms are attacking at the same time. After that we head home and grab some more stuff. Among those, the arbalest, which turns out does not deal that much damage overall, probably due to the fact that our weapon skill with crossbows is still beneath 5, so that thing is of no use to us.
Huh? Is there something wrong with that? That only dealt like 300 damage with an ambush attack. That thing deals exactly the same amount of damage, but the arbalest has 200 pierce. Am I missing something? Or have I bad rules? After storing it at home, we head back into the infested citadel to fight the queen, this time for real. We even brought bile and ooze bombs with us to clear the smaller enemies more effectively. Oh, that's burning poison. It's not poison. Oh, that's... Whoa. Mister. Okay, that's her call for reinforcement. Okay, so... Where did they spawn from? We fight for quite a while and reduce her health ever so slightly, but we project that our bow will run out of durability before we have her at half health. I'm not gonna lie, friends would be a massive help in this fight. Oh, damn it. We have a couple of close calls, but manage to escape her grasp and use a potion. After our bow broke and the durability of our sword is low as well, we call it quits and leave. We only managed to drain about a sixth of her total health. Not going to lie, that left us hopeless. We as a solo player will have to bring a bunch of weapons with us to defeat the queen. So at home we restock our supplies and search up methods to level our skills. But sadly, the only method of doing so was removed from the game.
Point out that you just could hit a rock. And I've tried it now for a little bit.
And then we head towards the Elder's altar and fight it once again to block a bunch of attacks to at least increase the level of our blocking skill. But after 25 minutes of blocking and only increasing our skill by 3 levels, we finish the Elder and return home. At home we decide we probably need to use the staffs and magic in general. So we grab some Eikthyr food along all our high level foods. We sacrifice about 50 HP for around 85 Eikthyr, so we can use the Staff of Embers against the Queen and the Brutes. We also craft an additional shield, which has a higher block value. We also grab Dvergr Fang in addition, and we bring every high level weapon we have with us. 102, yeah. We then enter the citadel once more, and this time with the intention of not leaving before defeating the queen or dying doing so.
Oh, come on. Oh damn, she hit that. Yeah. Nope. No. Okay, it's quite intense, but I think it's manageable. Okay, that's new as well. And it's poison. Okay, that attack still poisons me even if I parry it. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Okay, her back is not her weak spot. Unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, sure. What? She's just running in the air. Come on. She's Half-Life. We can do that. Take a lot of concentration, but we can.
Oh, come on. That should not have hit. That was maybe... Oh man. No matter where I go, there are always those little brutes. Okay.
I got an ambush attack. Hmm? Hmm. Hmm. Can't tell. If I could get another ambush attack, would be nice there. Hmm. Hmm. Okay, the demolisher does quite some work when it comes to all those little things.
I like it how that secret just slowly glid off over the edge and then fell down. Okay.
We then fight the queen for a staggering 46 minutes before the inevitable happens.
Oh, it hits. Oh. Some easy damage. Nice. I think she's stuck. I'll take it. That's perfect. Oh, I hope we can finish her off. Yeah, sure, it's anticlimactic, but damn. The whole fight so far was quite stressful. That's quite the unusual place for her to be stuck. Because she's probably stuck between the stairs. Shouldn't there be the entrance beneath here? I think underneath here's the entrance. So maybe she's stuck on there as well. Oh no, please don't free yourself. Oh, it's not that much anymore. Yes. Almost. One more.
And we finally beat her.
Long live the queen. We did it.
We managed to do it. We beat the game without dying. We collect everything that is scattered around and carry as much home as possible.
She has seen enough. Oh, I think you can. About 200 black marble. But damn, this fight was stressful.
Once everything is stored,
and hopefully
we do
redeem
the final
ourselves.
thing there is to do. We sacrifice the queen's head to the sacrificial altar. And with that, we are finally done.
Nothing. Okay, first of all, if you're still watching, massive thanks to you. And I hope you are doing well. Second, I'll take some time and explain myself. So the rest of the video is more about myself and what happened between the last upload and now. And I don't mean those two. I mean January. Now, where do I start? Oh yeah, maybe my job hunting. So I did attend a 2 weeks internship at a small local company for a position as an automation engineer. That internship was by far the worst experience I've had so far with any company. Their head of department got fired days after I had the interview in December. When I showed up in January, nobody knew shit about what to do. So I just got seated beside some employees and looked over their shoulders for 2 weeks, which was dreadful. On the penultimate day of the internship, I took a shower in the morning and had some strange back pain. So I tried to locate it and moved around a bit to figure out where it came from. And the next thing I felt was a sharp pain which left me breathless. I went on my knees and cowered in the shower for about 15 minutes before I could move and breathe again. I went to see the doc and he confirmed that I had a lumbago. Lumbago, I think that's the right word. So I cancelled the last 2 days of the internship, thankfully. In the following week, I had multiple interviews and a day of trial work at yet another local company for a similar position. Most of the interviews went well, and the day of the trial work was one of the best and well-structured processes I encountered so far. They had everything ready and set up. I showed up, got shown the company, introduced to most of the people, had a quick interview with the technical manager of the company, and then got seated at a laptop to do some coding for most of the day to show them how capable I am. Not gonna lie, that one felt really great. And I got offered a position with that company, which I took. And the employment started on the 6th of February. From then on out, I had to work a lot, so I could only spend my free time on video editing, which is why there aren't any more frequent uploads. I also started to write a script for a longer video with more structure and some animations, because I wanted to do something like that. I wrote the script for more than 2 months, and I wrote double the word count than for my bachelor's thesis, about 30,000 words. Not gonna lie, I'm proud about that, and I did enjoy making the video, but the process was really tedious and draining. I'll keep going because I want to become at least a bit successful with it. I'm also the proud owner of guinea pigs, and have been for about 7 years now. I love them a lot, and those little balls of fluff mean the world to me. That said, I once had 11 of them, and now I only have 4 left. The latest one that has left was around March. I would love to tell you that I got somehow jaded and that it does not hurt anymore because I already lost a bunch of them, but that is far from the truth. In reality, the longer they stay and the more time you spend with them, the harder it hits once they are gone. Sadly, it is inevitable. So while I still got 4, I cherish every moment with them, since they are reaching their expected lifespan. On a more brighter note, I started to work out a bit more, mostly due to the lumbago, and I started to watch my diet a bit more closely. I lost 2 kilograms or about 4.5 pounds, while also gaining a lot more muscle. I am on a good way to achieving my goal physique, hopefully before the summer ends. I'll try to upload more frequent in the future, but I am not sure for what kind of content I want to settle. So if you don't mind, please bear with me until I found my style and a rhythm. But now, that is all for this video. I hope you enjoyed, and see you in the next one.
All the roads we traveled, the journey of our lives. Take another picture before we say goodbye. Arm in arm we're standing side by side. Memories fade, but legends never die. One last time, let's live for something. I can feel my blood, it's rushing. This ain't goodbye, we'll be back someday. And we will find our own way. Take control of our fate. And like a car with no brakes, crash and learn, make mistakes. And we'll be back.